many of those men who choose other things rather than football.
Football is what it is. It helps those who are a bit stressed to relax a bit and unwind.
Okay.
You know, but when I say I'm a soccer fan, I would say yes, I am a football fan, but I'm not a diehard fan.
Right.
I'm not the kind of person who wants to leave building a dream to go sit back from the TV and watch for that long. You're watching people who are making billions and millions.
But does it matter? That's why it's a hobby. That's why. I'm sure if we were in another kind of gathering, they would have started screaming, are you sure we don't need to question violence,
Most definitely. But I mean, it's good to have football to distract you now and then. But the idea of throwing in your emotions 100%. I mean, you're putting your mental well-being truly in the hands of people who have their own problems too.
Right.
I mean, just watch it with an open mind. Anyways, what do we have?
Anyways, a lot actually went down over the weekend and this morning. Let's go through our headlines, the headlines that we have for you this morning. And the first headlines read, Discos reject federal government's free meter plan. And also, Rewane sees Dangote NGX listing push stock market capitalization above 200 trillion naira. Chevron strikes oil for the third time as reforms pay off. And finally, U.S. exports to Nigeria jump 60% amid Trump tariff. I'm sure we saw that coming. But before we get to the headline, Discos reject the federal government's free meter plan. I didn't think that a time will come that we would be seated here and then we're still having conversations about the power sector and disco and the federal government not coming to an agreement. And what do you think about this?
It is what it is. If you look at it closely, I'm sure there is some form of gain or misgiving surrounding them. If I mean, we've always known that when it comes to power and the epileptic thing, people always want to find out to know why is it that we can't have that 24 hours power supply, and now when you hear things like this, the discos are rejecting the free meter, what does that tell you? It tells you that, look, for what it is, some people are not going to make the money that they want to make. I mean, I might be wrong, but truth be told, it is what we hear that we can talk about and come analyze and flow. And what this means for us is that if the discos are standing their ground and say, no, they don't want free meters, right? What do you think people at home and people who use this electricity will say? So are you saying that you want us to pay for the meters? Come on, the discos, what's going on? Right? Federal government has said, we'll give you guys free meters.
One would think that the distributors are supposed to be the one who understands the plight of the consumers more. And it should be the federal government kicking against, free meter and wanting to make money for it. Is this not funny? And what do you think would be like the reason as to why they're actually rejecting this? Because this looks like this is actually the government removing that burden of having to pay for meter. Absolutely. I mean, if, like I said,
look, if consumers can get what they're paying for, right? This area of worried about whether discos will gain more if they accept the meter or not, will not even come to play. Even if disco says, look, know what, we want the free meters, give it to us to use. How are we even sure that when we want to now pay our prepaid bill to be more than what it is that we're supposed to pay, and then you put in let's assume you recharge your units for light, and this is just cut across everything. It affects you, affects me, affects everybody back home. And then you now decide to say you want to, recharge, and you realize your recharge is not taking you long as you want it to, how far you want it to get to. Even if it's a free meter, it will send a message that, some money, extra money has been added to it. So I mean, so to answer that question for me, I think that they should come together on the round table again to now say, look, we know, right, when these free meters are given, the money used to make might not be fluid the way it used to be, but however, let's look at those who are the consumers, right? The common Nigerian. Not everybody has money to even buy the meter to start with.
Sure.
And so if they're giving free meters, can we for once not look at the area of the millions you want to make by selling meters to people or paying for the meter? Can we also look at other areas where you can make your money by making sure that the effectiveness of collecting this money is intact. And then of course there's some form of accountability surrounding it. Close all those areas where your monies are escaping from. One of the areas where I know that they're losing funds could be electricity and theft, where you have some people out there who boycott meters just so that they can have electricity and no one to pay for it. These are one of the areas that could make the income, right, be deterred. However, they know how to check these areas. There are checks and balances that can put in place to make sure electricity theft, right, is mitigated. But to now say that you don't want the free meter, what does it now tell us?
All right. Also, we have the U.S. exports to Nigeria jumped 60% amid Trump tariff. It was 50% before now. Oh no, it wasn't 50%. I think it was stuck at.
It wasn't
up to 50.
It was below 60.
It was below 60%, obviously. So, do you see this as Trump being Trump, or do you see this as just pure business for the U.S., or this is coming amid the whole Christian genocide and Trump actually tagging us
It's interesting.
A country of concern?
I'll tell you. I thank God when it comes to issues surrounding Donald Trump and how the world is responding. You don't even need a suicide any longer.
Okay.
Even Stevie Wonder will see very clearly. You will see exactly what Donald Trump is up to in this matter. Look, let's call it the way it is. Is Donald Trump a strategist? In his own way, he's a businessman. And he has realized that, look, gone are the days when you will come and solicit for what you want calmly. You will not get it. Great people got what they got to the level they got to by seizing the moment. So he believes in seizing the moment. That's why I'm not surprised why he chose to be a Republican. After all, that's what they're known for.
Yeah.
However, now seeing that we have a 6% jump in the export from the US to Nigeria, only tells you one thing. We need to begin to look inwards to say, enough is enough. Can we begin to produce what we consume and consume what we produce? We said it before, right? And we always say it again, those watching back home. As anchors, our job is to bring out this thing and lay it out and present it the way it was presented. So we're not adding salt and pepper to it. Look, we are still going cap in hand to the United States and other countries.
Yeah.
And as long as we continue in that trajectory, it's only a matter of time that those who want us to move forward will be kept on side. Those who don't want us to move forward are the ones who are winning this game, and it shouldn't be like that. The reverse should be the case, right? You and I, who are great citizens of this country, we're asking ourselves a question. Look, can we be able to say that those importations reduce? Rather, let's have more exportations. When you export our what's called raw materials or whatever it is, economists have told you, the more you export what that you produce, you're making money. You're growing the economy of the country.
But you know that we are back to more importation.
That's my problem now. So,
and it was done quietly.
It was done quietly. Even though they said, look, at some point, there's some certain things happen. There's a ban placed on them. But those things are still coming to the country, right? Agriculture, for instance.
Yeah.
We have a sector of the country that is the food basket of the nation. We see how insecurity has made those areas begin to face serious bashing. Meaning to say that we now have food insecurity, which is a serious deal. Again, you can't expect people to be hungry, right? And not want to import. Even if the importation has been placed on hold, they will find a way to smuggle these things in.
Yeah.
Like rice, some other areas, some other foreign cereal, as the case may be, even though they are harmful to us.
Yeah.
We just want to jump on them. However, I think for what it is that people should begin to ask themselves a question. Can we continue like this? Now, that question, our viewers will have to answer.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you have to answer. And we must really give it up to our viewers who have been with us from the beginning of this month up to today. Those who subscribe and then those who tune in to actually watch us. just so you know, we cannot do any of this on our own.
Most definitely.
And of course, as usual, we would actually be bringing you updates in the world of business, in the economy, and also politics, as you know, Valentine likes it, the political world. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, it's going to be time for the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and also with me is
Onyeka Valentine. Let's see what's going on with papers.
all right. Let's. The first stop is definitely the Business Day newspaper, and the story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads: Nigeria's power math flips as solar becomes cheaper than grid, and that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have Medium Powers Strategic Agency and Nigeria's place world order, and that's on page 25 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have how to declare multiple income streams for taxation, and that is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And states picks projects over people despite 33.3 trillion naira FAC windfall. And the writer to that story reads: expert link rising poverty to governor's spending priorities, and that is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, as usual, we'll start off with the big story. We're already touching on myself and Valentine this morning about the power sector. And now we're trying to compare and contrast the grid and solar, which is actually more cheaper. And from this article written by Olademi, it's saying that solar is more cheaper than the grid. Do you see the irony of this?
Most definitely, I think people have done a great job analyzing this story, making us understand that for what it is that look, if you run a very big company, or maybe you want, just assuming you run something that is within range, and you know that it requires adequate power supply. There is a big tendency there for what it is. If you invest in solar, right, you don't have to worry about power outage as well. So you don't have to worry about some regulators coming to your facility, coming to your house, or coming back and forth, telling you, okay, there's an issue with your meter, or there's no issue with your meter, or even worse, you don't have to worry about issues surrounding transformer having a problem affecting your daily operational business. However, as much as I agree with the story here, also I've seen some people it being cheap. Know that initially, if you want to install solar in your home, let's just say as an individual, you require some level of capital. Really. Solar panels are not cheap. Rentals are not cheap. Know that the batteries themselves are not cheap. I did a market survey some time ago. I realized that one 200 amp battery, right? If it is, and it comes with different kind of wet cell, you have a dry cell, and then you have the lithium batteries. If you don't have more than 400,000 to 500,000, you want people to achieve 200. Now, it all depends on how big your home is. If you stay in a 2-bedroom apartment as a bachelor, or maybe you stay in a 3-bedroom apartment as a married person with a couple, and of course, married with children, you know that you have designated power to different rooms, so you need more batteries. So I think the initial deposit, unless maybe there's some form of subsidy, where you're working with your bank or you're working with some other firm that will enable you pay slowly. But one thing for sure, right? At the long run, is it cheaper? Yes, but initial installation, it might not be cheap.
Okay, from what he said, the entry level system start at 400,000 naira and up to 5 million naira for installation. But that is it. But then, the way they do their research, they actually speak to people to do like survey on how, if it's really more expensive than the grid. Now, somebody here, Sadiq, actually said he spent 300,000 naira to install a solar, and then before that, he was spending close to 300 to 500,000 naira on fuel and years monthly. But now he spends just 30 to 50,000 naira. So I think the big thing is the initial, you having to drop the 400,000, like you said, depending on how big your house is and the quantity of things you want to use the solar for. But I think the initial payment, once you pay that 400,000 or maybe up to 5 million naira, you don't get to spend so much on like electricity. Imagine having to spend 300,000, 400,000 monthly at the end of the year. It runs to more than the amount you're going to use to acquire the solar system. So I think that's what this article actually is. And from his analysis here, it costs 220 naira and 270 naira per kilowatt. That's from the grid. But solar costs 85 naira to 140 naira per kilowatt if you're actually installing solar. So I think from this analysis, it is actually quite cheaper.
I see where it's coming from, and I agree with him, you know. But again, there's one part that we need to look at, which is based on capacity, based on need, based on installation, also based on the fact that you're looking at volume.
I really don't think, you know, there's something about Nigeria, when something just comes to the market. I totally agree with you. I remember when our solar wasn't 5 million naira. So I remember when, you know, this whole solar thing he came in and, you know, it was, oh, if you're using solar system, you're actually a very big man, you're a rich person.
You've got to the point of status.
It's not the same now. Everybody has solar. And I think that's the thing with technology, renewable energy. As you go, they actually find ways to make it easier to get to the rural areas, to the poor of the poor, you and me. You get what I'm saying? They find a way to...
So you just categorize that in the past. Like, but I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you don't have to reach and poor.
Yeah, it's not middle class anymore. It's either you're rich or you're poor. So they found a way to actually make sure that everybody benefits from this. And I think that's just what it is here. I don't think it's as expensive. Because I'm actually shocked myself that you can actually use 400,000 naira to actually install a solar, which is actually very, if you actually put money together, it's very affordable for the poor to get it.
If you're using 400,000 naira to install solar, those panels, I know they're not cheap. So again, like I did say, unless you have some form of, you know, pay system, if a big, well, not even big, if a solar company that actually sells solar, you know, units, which comes inclusive with the panels, comes with the batteries and converters, and of course installation. Now they know that for what it is more than that amount of money. Okay. Right? It all depends on the capacity that you're looking out for.
I'm very sure that we are not going to buy batteries for 1.72 million naira. Now, this is what somebody is saying. Now, it depends on the capacity. How many people? Now, we're speaking about the... Now, this is actually affecting the poor. When we talk about things like this, it has more brunt on the poor because they are the ones who depend on the federal government for, you know, basic amenities. That's power, food, security. So, it's the poor. I don't think, and if I can save up to 1.72 million naira, like Sadiq here, the person who BusinessDay spoke to, as attested to, then I don't see why I can't use part of the money that I save to actually, like, you know, pay for the battery. And again, the battery sometimes lasts up to 5 years if you use it well before you start thinking of, you know, of replacing or repairing. So for me,
unlike you having units and then the power itself is not
do you understand? Like for like now, just my room alone, I know how much, you know, the AC there actually consumes. It's ridiculous. A lot of units. So it's very, very ridiculous for me. I think renewable energy, it's really good if this would actually be the way to go. We shouldn't depend anymore on the government for it. But anyway, still on the BusinessDay newspaper, we have state peaks projects over people despite 33.3 trillion naira FAC windfall. Do you have anything to say about this?
Well, it's good enough that we can see the stories right now. So people begin to So what this means for some people, when they tell you that states now peak for people, despite, you know, the 3 trillion, that's FAAC, federal allocation. There's a lot here, right? Again, we see the fact that the money is it's not small money. It's a lot of money. But what's more important right now is the fact that if those projects are not in place, right? I tell you, life will be difficult for people. Most definitely. So I understand if they say, look, let us focus on those projects. Let's focus on making sure projects are not just left lying uncompleted. Because it is bad enough to start a project and not complete it. It's better that you don't even get into it in the first place and put that money into capacity building based on, scholarship and other areas for people.
Or investments in the right areas. Yeah.
But you see, when you are investing, especially in a country as unique as Nigeria, once you're investing, you must rest assured that other angles that will enable that investment, right, be sustainable are put in place. Good example, roads. Good example, healthcare. Good example, security. That those areas are not left fallow. Because if those areas are not in place, any extra thing you're investing in, whether it's in business or whatever it is, or companies, without power supply, without adequate access roads, without assured security, it's only a matter of time that those companies, that individual, or even worse, those investors seeking for investment opportunities will turn around and now say, we are sorry, we cannot put our money into this.
Funny enough, I think the state government, they actually prioritize projects that people would see and they'll be like, oh, this government is working. For instance, roads. Funny enough, in Ogun State, inside Ogun State, the remote areas, they have good roads. The only part in Ogun State that they're really having like road issue is the Songo area. But you see, when you get to Ekiti, Abeokuta, Remo, Agoiwoye, Ijebu-Ode, they really have fantastic roads, and I can actually attest to it. But you see, the most important things for me, I believe healthcare and education are actually like the two important things first before we can actually now look at other important areas. So if you notice, most of the state governments, they do not invest in human development. That's healthcare, education. It's just the things that, okay, we consider, this road is actually good. Oh, there's this mighty structure. What's going to happen in the structure? You don't know. And it's really sad that even some states don't even get the allocation that they actually need to actually keep this to keep this going. So if they are going to be prioritizing the projects over the people, it would really be a good thing. I remember last year I was saying when I come here, I don't want to start having conversations about doctors going on strike and the healthcare being in shambles, and then the educational system, because I will keep saying these are the two main things. This is what I think is actually more important, because if you don't have good healthcare system, people will die. If you don't have good education system, people will die of literacy. And when people are not educated, that is when we see crime actually perpetrate. That's when insecurity actually comes in. So that's what I think. I don't know if you agree with it.
100%, because I tell you, I think for what it is, that even though our thoughts are supposed to be on the side, we should allow our viewers to make up their mind. But let's present it the way it was presented. And in doing that, those at home, obviously we're doing our job well. When we say that, now this is what we have found out, what do you think? Right? And to not just sway their minds, but also make them understand that, look, if you don't get that, your so-called proposal signed by maybe your local government chairman or your state, it's because that money is being focused on making sure that your access road to that your small business is in place, right? Make sure that the security for you when you leave your home to your business, right, doesn't have issues. So these are different areas that I want to give a thumbs up to that particular area, saying, look, federal allocation should be focused on key projects. But now this is the catch now. All right, this is the kicker, which is the major question. We hope the money will be used for those projects that they have been outlined for. Otherwise, we'll come here again and we'll talk about them and hold them to account.
All right, let's see how it then unfolds. All right, let's now move to the Punch newspaper. Of course, the big story on the Punch newspaper this morning, the 2027 battle. Somebody said all of 2026 is about the election for 2027. Nobody cares about anything, but rather it's the build up to the 2027 election. Of course, the 2027 battle, Kano earthquake as Yusuf dumps opposition for APC. And the writer to that story reads, NNPP senator attacks federal government over Kano governor's defection. And also PDP, ADC, others slam move as moral collapse, not political gain. And that is on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. And at the top of the Punch newspaper, it reads, U.S. exports to Nigeria jump 60% amid Trump tariff. And that is on page 16 of the Punch newspaper. And we have Discos reject federal government's free meter plan. And we also have Adilabo in the picture, which is on page 16 of the Punch newspaper. And police, we have inflation erases 2.8 trillion naira from workers' pay in 1 year. And that is on page 9 of the Punch newspaper. And the Punch newspaper, NDLEA nabs Brazilian lady 3 billion naira heroin at Abuja airport. And that is on page 4 and 5.
I couldn't believe my, I was like, this amount of heroin, this amount of hard drugs.
What was she thinking? That's, because she's not Nigerian, she would not be nabbed.
But apart from that, again, I think there's a major lacuna in this particular thing. Other countries have what we call on-the-spot tests. If she has a good lawyer, she might get out of it. I will explain. Those things, first of all, they were not even, the hard drugs were not hidden. Simply packaged in a pack that might want to fool anyone. And were just too obvious. But however, again, and I'm seeing it from the objective angle. I'm not saying that she wasn't the one that was caught with it. I'm not saying otherwise, but I'm saying objectively, if you look at it, right? One, we should have had what we call on-the-spot test to make sure that those things are actually heroin, right? Or hard drugs, as case may be, so that people see it on video. Secondly, right, I keep telling people, if you have to help anyone carry anything, make sure those things are packed in front of you. Whether it's your loved one or packed in front of you, because from the point of package that you obviously you're not present, to the point of conveyance, which will now come back to you to help them move those things. Anything could have happened, right? Unfortunately, now she's now the scapegoat. She's the one who they found in her possession. Let us hope that do what they need to do, and then we'll see how it unfolds. Really,
it's not going. She's going to do time. It's against the law for you to carry drugs, any form of drugs. All right. Still on the Punch newspaper, we have the minority caucus house clash over tax law probe, and suspected kidnappers kill police inspector during rescue operation in Oyo, and also Tinubu shell in high level talks over $20 billion Nigeria investment. What is actually making me laugh when it comes to the house is how the government would come out to say this is the tax law, this is how it's supposed to be, and then another group will come out to say, no, this is not what you wrote, this is not what this is not what you told us. It's looking very, very do you people know what you're doing? Now the executive says, oh, it is fine, what we actually wrote is fine, and then the lawmakers are saying, no, it's not, and then we Nigerians, we are just watching like, which one of you is actually lying? Is it not fine? Is it fine?
The bottom line here is, when there is some form of epileptic decision, it will show eventually. The idea of the tax and it being, the reform and everything, great idea, because no country or, sovereignty can thrive without citizens paying the tax.
Right.
That has been established. But the issue of whether there is some form of clarity at this point in time only puts those who are trying to implement it and those who have pushed the bill for this thing, puts them in a bad grey area. It will make Nigerians who want to pay the tax begin to think, wait a minute, if at that level they don't even know what they're doing, going back and forth with this thing, how are we sure that if we start paying that tax, it will go to the areas that it's meant to go? Questions will be asked, and those are questions that can actually create an uprising. I'm not trying to instigate anything here, but when you are taking the hard pay the taxpayers' money from their hard work, you must be accountable for it. You must have clarity at the highest level. These are people who are everyday people like you and I. These are people who, Nigerians who understand that, look, you have to do the right thing so that way you don't get into trouble. So you're doing the right thing. You're working every day. You're making money, right? And you're being taxed. But you're seeing this news like this back and forth, hoping that, they know what they're doing. I mean, look at it. Minority caucus, House clash over tax law probe at this point in time.
It's like the legislation, they actually have post-production edits.
And you need to wonder, are they into movies or something?
They pass the bill that, it actually, it goes home and then they come back and say, I think something is to take it back.
Let's take it back and let's review.
Post-production edits at this point.
It's too delicate a sector for you to put deliberate. Like you say, found you guilty and you're sentenced to death hanging. Then they come 1 week after. Let us think about the hanging. Just
how do you actually, a law that you passed, you now come out to say, who wrote this? It is ridiculous.
This is what we see when politicians, right, are in their element. That's what we see when politicians have chosen a particular trajectory to go with. Once something's not favoring somebody, right, they find ways to throw in the wrench in the engine. And that's the saying that people used to say, I will throw a wrench in your engine to knock it. Even if I agree with that particular sound of the engine, let's just make sure instead of you going through that door, right, and leaving behind, I will block it. You're not going, I am not going. That's what's happening.
Anyways, let's look at the Punch newspaper. What do we have on the Punch newspaper this morning?
You mean the Vanguard?
Oh, Vanguard newspaper.
Great stuff. Okay, so Vanguard right here, it says tax laws back into tax. You're passing the baton to me now. It says you can't speak truth to power under Tinubu's government. It says Makinde. It says you can't speak truth to power under Tinubu's government. Makinde, you see that one on page 10, most definitely. It says reps disown minority caucus. Interim report on tax laws. It appears this tax issue is now, is giving us more light, but giving more light to it than we thought, which obviously she should be because it's people's money. Page 6 here says again, bandits adopt 6 Kajuru residents. At some point, you ask yourself a question: when are we going to stop seeing these things? This issue of adopt today, adopt tomorrow, kidnap today, kidnap tomorrow, right? I think for what it is, as annoying as it is for us to see, right, and we're talking about it, it's only emboldening some certain people outside this country to say we knew that when we talk about Nigeria as a point of, or rather as a country of concern, we're right. Even though we're trying so much to market Nigeria properly, when we see things like this, it kind of demarcates Nigeria. However, it's not just unique to all Nigeria. There are other ills of society in other countries. Only yesterday I was watching how, I will say, the federal ICE agents literally murdered somebody on the streets of Minneapolis. I mean, it's crazy. Those people living in America, I would rather say it's the big shame, really, to see that 6 to 8 agents who surround somebody and they disarm him and still shot him. Anyways, that's in the US. Right back here to Nigeria. We're dealing with our own issues here, kidnap and people being abducted. Terrible. We hope our security personnel is really swing into action and begin to find perpetrators and recover these people, bring them back to their families, open hands on and hugs of their families. Page 6, you can see that one. And then the major writer here says $11 billion lost to skills shortage as tech sector outgrows workforce. Again, $11 billion lost to skills shortage as tech sectors outgrows workforce. What are your thoughts? So 11 billion, the money is so large.
It's so large. So costs.
It could just overwhelm anyone.
Every time I come here to actually talk about money, it actually saddens me, especially monies that are actually put in for project like this, and at the end of the day you get not to see the monies at the end of the day. So
well, again, So they say skill is critical. Once you have people who are well skilled, the nation can grow. Why? Because even an event where you have global issues like what's going on right now, where the US kind of feels threatened that the dollar might no longer be the world reserve currency. Now, with such thing going back and forth, and them looking at, I would say Donald Trump looking at wanting to overrun Cuba, giving them warnings already, at the same time giving warnings to other neighboring countries around Venezuela, it will fall back to what's going on locally, make you understand that, look, at some point, the oil sector, at some point, some other sectors that you know in Nigeria might just take the back seat. So skill is important. After they're spending this amount of money to skills, or rather, lost to skill shortage, which means who has some form of skill should think about tech. You have your cell phone, you have a smartphone. It's enough to, spend money on data. But ask myself a question: why would you spend that amount of money on data and yet only want to scroll through social media when you can improve yourself? Learning more AI skills, learning more different areas in that same tech
But
space.
it's still okay for me to spend so much money on data and I just want to scroll through social
to go and
media.
check Tonto DK's story.
It's really okay. It can be a form of relaxation for me. I don't think, because I actually saw a post. I'm digressing, but I saw a post and the person was like, everybody now wants to be influencers. Everybody wants to be that tech guru and all of that. Everybody wants to be a coach. But it's not supposed to be that way. There's some people who are just supposed to be on social media because they enjoy being social media, because on social media because they want to post their cat, or because they want to talk about their partner, or because they want to talk about something. It doesn't necessarily have to, I don't have to scale up my skill because I have a cell phone and I can afford to buy data.
I think I agree with you. But for me personally, I think that whenever I hold my phone and I go on social media, I know that I'm enriching someone out there. So the question is, if I'm going to enrich you, I'm a businessman. I'm thinking, if I'm going to enrich you by going through your page, right, by subscribing to one or two things, I must make sure.
Then people like me are not your target audience. Then look for your target audience.
As a businessman, you want to think, how do you make money off that social media? So I must make sure that I put up content myself. That when I watch what you watch, and I know that algorithm, the way it's designed, right, will give you money. I also have to make money.
Well, that's for you. You see the business part and everything, which is very, very awesome. Well, all right. So there you have it. That one in page 21. $11 billion lost to skills shortage. I keep saying so. I don't know why. Shortage as close workforce. Down there it says ICT. You want to take the one? This ICT output surges while skill falls dangerously behind. And that is just a write-up to the major one I spoke about $11 billion. Yeah. All right, let's now move to the cartoon of the day as we're pressed with time. The Vanguard has a way of breaking everything down, and we don't have so much time to break everything down. If you want to get a hook of that story, you can get yourself the Vanguard newspaper this morning and get to read about it. Now, the cartoon of the day. What do we have on the cartoon of the day? Like I said,
a super cooked for us today.
This is we have 2022 Electoral Act, and we have election 2027. The car is obviously broken down, and somebody that looks like the mechanic, which is actually the NAS engineer, said, "You are good to go. When I return from recess, I will fix the glitch." And you can see the APC Boulevard. Now, like I said, this is 2026, and everything about 2026 is the countdown to the election. And this is saying that the Electoral Act from 2022 is obviously what we're still going to be taking into the 2027 to conduct our election. Of course, it is broken down. We can see it's not moving forward. There's a block holding down one of the tires that's been removed. Very clear that this is not the Electoral Act 2022 is obviously not going to take us forward, but still yet it is what we are still carrying with to 2027. I think that's just basically what
you
it
know
is.
that young fellow, I think is it Peter, something Randy Peter, so I can't remember his name, and he's a social critic, and then he always talks about electoral reform. I've seen him on different platforms. I hope I got his name correctly, right? And then this particular cartoon of the day kind of draws me to what he used to always talk about on the social media page. The day we begin to look at our electoral process, the better for us.
Yeah.
Some of those highlights are quite mundane, and then you cannot use mundane electoral processes to deal with things of new and present. For us to move forward, those areas need to be highlighted, and reforms need to take place.
Thank you very
Otherwise,
much.
cartoons like this will be making more sense.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vali. Look, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is what we can take for the newspaper review. Get yourself a copy of the BusinessDay newspaper and whatever dailies that you find interesting this morning, so you can actually get a full picture of the conversations that we had this morning. You're still watching the BusinessDay TV Breakfast Show, and coming up next is the Business Week. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
IBTC. We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good morning. You're welcome to Business Week, where we discuss key economic issues in Nigeria and beyond. And our conversation today is centering on Nigeria's foreign reserves climbed 0.3% to $46.01 billion in January 2026, which is the highest in 6 years. And also CBN plans ATM card ratio policy to prevent cash shortage. We also have 1 week after returning to Nigeria from Abu Dhabi, Tinubu to jet out again today to Turkey Republic on a state visit. And on the foreign scene, thousands left without electricity as winter storms wreak havoc in the US. And also US-Canada trade tension escalates as President Trump threatened Canada with 100% tariffs on its exports if it pursues a trade deal with China. And of course, we have centering on certain conversation today. This morning, I'm being joined by Bumi Bailey. She's the assistant director, editor right here in Business Day Television, and also Eniola Olasunji, the banking and finance reporter. Good morning. It's good to have you in Business Week. Okay, this is actually the all-women business conversation. Yes. All right, now our first conversation. Now let's look at the global lender retreat. The Nigerian banks are expanding deeper in the East Africa. So do you think this is about growth? Do you think it's about risk diversification? Or do you think it's defending the margin at home?
I think it's both. They're trying to expand their market, they're trying to do their financial expansion. And I think why this is coming from is last week there was two interesting trends that came out last week. One about, I think, one of the top banks in South Africa, I think that bank, tried to acquire like a 6% stake in the major bank in Kenya. And the Zenith Bank also followed suit, I think almost a day after, so they actually received approval to acquire a bank, more like it's a new bank, Paramount Bank in Kenya. But apart from that Paramount Bank, they also showed intention, I think, on the same that they also want to expand another African country, that's Ethiopia, because Ethiopia now, they are the second biggest populated economy after Nigeria. And then you also have the fact that last year they opened their economy to foreign investors for the first time in almost next half a century. So all these opportunities they are seeing in that market is actually making them expand. For Nigeria, we've noticed that because for the Nigerian market, when it comes to, let's say, for the aspect of Access Bank and maybe GTCO, like the major, biggest, the Fugas of the biggest banks in Africa. So most of the, like maybe half of their profits, major profit comes from home, that's from Nigeria. And the smaller parts of another market, smaller market. But we've seen a trend where Access Bank is reducing their reliance on the Nigerian market. And the reasons are actually not perfect or strange. Largely because of the reforms which have actually spiked the interest rate cost. It has actually increased their loan impairment and affecting their profit performance and all. So they are now saying that let me focus on other markets that can actually increase or boost profit. And we've seen other major African markets. We've seen them improve. We've seen inflations coming down. We've seen economy improving. So a lot of opportunities in letting them to be optimistic to expand to that place. So it's largely because they actually want to expand, diversify more. They don't just want to rely on one source to actually boost their profits. And now they actually have that capacity, financial boost because of the capitalization. Most of the Fugas, Access Bank and GTCO, they've met their recapitalization targets. I think they've even above that 500 billion naira. So they now have the capital to actually now expand. And when you now get capital from the shareholders, how do you now want to set the terms of this capital for you to expand in this market? So we're optimistic with what is going on. So I would say we're in the wave or trend where we are seeing more acquisitions and maybe mergers in the African market. So capitalization is making them boost into that market. And also we have the free trade agreement too, because trade finance also forms really, I think it's a 15% contribution to banks' profit. So that's a big opportunity now. So let them do more of cross-border trade to actually boost their profit. So it's all profit maximization.
So I hear you. So in all of this, who wins? The customer, or the regulators, or maybe the shareholders?
And the shareholders win also.
Okay.
I mean, when you have an increase in your profit, you know what that means to the shareholders too. And I would say the banks too, because when you expand more, you are attracted to investors, you attract more investment into your banking sector. So it's a win-win situation for everybody.
So who bears the downside if the bet actually go wrong in all of this?
I can't see anything
Going wrong
for now, because it's still new. We're seeing what's happening, right? So I really can't say any
downside
now
to
until
it.
we see what is happening. Because like I said, there's this optimism happening in the African economy right now. Like I said, inflations are down, external reserves are coming up, right? And you have more countries finding different ways to actually improve their economy. So that's the optimism.
Yeah, I really, on my own side, I really just even look forward to it, because and I'm not as optimistic as she is, because we've seen Access Bank expand.
Yeah.
They've been the leader of this expansion. Access Bank has banks in several East African countries, other West African countries, and we've seen how this has affected their books, in the sense that their share price barely moved last year. Like, I'm constantly begging my Access shares to please come up, and now seeing other tier 1 banks take the same step doesn't give me, like, I don't think I buy the idea, because they are going to use Access Bank is the biggest bank by asset. They are going to use some of their assets and their money to expand, and I personally feel like it's going to affect their share prices and their profits, because I mean, they are taking cash to buy some of these banks. But I really want to see how it works, because I think that Access is also not stupid, in the sense that they probably see a long-term goal. There's a long-term goal to it, and the only optimism I have about it is that financing with banking with other African countries becomes easier, because I remember, like, back in 2016, one time I had to send money to Ghana, and I had to look for someone that had a Nigerian account, saying it's their Nigerian account. They then converted it to CDs. But by the time we expand across these countries, I'm very sure, like, banking and just payments generally would be easier.
So that side is where they actually want to profit. I mean, if we look at the first 6 months of Access Banks, from their financials, you have about, I know they have more than 16 subsidiaries, but from the books, out of that 16, including UK, Nigeria and UK was on the only saw
profit
decline. All the other smaller countries saw an increase in profit. So that now gives them the kick or the push to say, let me reduce my reliance on Nigeria, which is actually reducing my profit. Because if you look at Access Bank, when they were most of the guys and all the banks were reporting a windfall profits, do you understand? Access Bank really didn't gain more, because they were using their money to actually expand more. You understand? So according to the CEO, he's saying more like a wealth creation. Short or long term, they're actually able to by what they are seeing currently. And also, apart from the Access Bank, the first 9 months financials I think 10 major banks in Nigeria shows that apart from UBA, Access, GT, First Bank, one other bank is one other major tier 1 bank, I can't recall. They all had a decline in profits. That was actually surprising for me. Do you understand? Just to show you the challenges they're having in the Nigerian market, right? Yes, we have the reform, the economy is improving, but when it comes to the books of the banks, if you guys are not improving, it's only the other tier 2 banks that all of them had an increase in profit. So what's the opportunity now? Do I want to continue going through this trend, especially at the time where all this windfall has subsided? Because banks now, they are back to the trend where no longer bumper profits. You understand? Now they are back to normal profit. So now that I'm seeing normal profit and my profit is dropping, what do I do? Let me look for other opportunities. So right now, the African economy is actually this, like I said, IMF and World Bank said that the economy is actually, the African economy will improve to about less than 3.6% this year. I mean, 2-3 years ago, we had inflation spiking. So now we are seeing that moderating. So that is what, so that's why I said for now, I really can't see. But, because let's just see, because one of the new countries that are even expanding to Kenya, I think I read somewhere where Kenya actually listed in banks. I mean, on foreign banks, or more like new bank, getting new banking license. For Ethiopia to be doing this on Kenya, it means that they're actually like, oh, okay, we want to grow our economy. This is what we're going to be doing it for. So all of it is going to have a multiplying effect on Nigerian banking sector. And also for this too.
All right, so away from the Nigerian banks expanding into East Africa, let's now talk about inflation. Menila, I'm sure this is something you actually enjoy speaking about. So let's look at the new inflation figures. What exactly has changed in the latest inflation figures?
So I enjoy speaking about inflation. Well, MBS gives me a headache. I can't lie. MBS gives me a headache. Every year they are changing the methodology. But last year they changed their methodology. They changed the base year from about, I think, 10 years ago to make it 2024. But this year again, they said they changed the methodology to fit the IMF and the ECOWAS consumer inflation methodology. Now, what happened? So for December 2025, inflation eased to 15.15% from 17.33%. But if you've been following inflation, you will know that in November, the inflation figure reported for November last year was about 14.15. So when these new figures came out, apparently there was an overall of all of the inflation figures last year. So from January to December, MBS recalculated the new figure to fit the new standard. And this was also because the base effect would have allowed December inflation figures spike to about 32%, and that would not have reflected the current economic reality, so to speak. So if, because the figures came out 15th of this month, comes out 15th of every month, if it had come out this month and it's like 32%, it reports like a scare in the economy, and the people be like, but things are actually coming down. So the figures were rebased, the methodology was changed to fit the new standard. And what we now see is that for every month in from January to December, the figures were 3% higher for every month. So if what I'm trying to say, if the old figure that they produced in January 2025 then was 27%, 24%, it was the new figure is 27%. But what we now see is that there is a decline all through. So from the new calculation, I think the inflation figure for January 25 last year was like 24%, but it has that declined all the way to 15%. And from the old figures, we saw where in February where the figure dropped to about there was a drop in January, then it increased in February, then before it dropped again consecutively throughout the year. But with the new figures, there was a lean, like this. If you plot the graph, it's a linear, like it's a straight graph. There was no bumps anywhere. And this is it is good. Economists have come to like this new methodology is what showed more of like what the figures really were. Now we expect to see inflation continue to decline. And what does this mean for like the economy and everything? First of all, when it comes to like decision making, the Monetary Policy Committee, we can see last week I think there were results, not results so to speak, but there were results of the MPC's voting process, and we saw that I think there are 11 of them, and we saw like there was there was six people voted for a retainment of the NPR at 27%, and the other 5 voted for like a drop by 50%. So we see that we actually want a drop, but like there's like, no, would I say fight, but there's a very strict, very tight gap, yes, between people clamoring for a cut, and then those that want to retain it. But the can also have some explain that yes, you can see that inflation is dropping, but we still it's still double digits, and it's still very far from their goal. So they have to take a wait and see approach. There was also where it cited that you've seen other economies where they cut rates very fast and then inflation spikes up again. So they are really trying to wait and see, and then also see what the figure is this year before there's a rate cut. And the analysts project that a rate cut will likely come later in the second half of the year. But something that was really good from the figure was also the food inflation figure, which was about 10.86%, and that is one of the lowest. That's the lowest that's been in years, even for as far back as Buhari's regime. This means that food prices are beginning to come down. Staple foods like yam, tomatoes, and all of these things. And although the basket was reconfigured, more items are added to the food basket, the basket that makes up the CPI, but food still owns about 40-something% of the total weight of the basket. That is the basket weight in calculating inflation. And this means that if food is coming down, definitely inflation is going to come down more. And I think that every Nigerian will be happy that food, because food even takes a lot of Nigeria's purchasing power. So that's a big relief to many Nigerians. So I think some of the things that just need to be corrected are structural issues that are we've seen other factors help inflation come down. Now structural issues maybe insecurity, storage, distribution, the logistics part of it. If all of those structural issues could be attended to and made better, we'd likely see it get to.
Yes, I think for food inflation, I think I discussed it last week. 10.8%. I thought myself, the 2026 million
for food inflation, yeah.
Because the food inflation gets significant.
Inflation will definitely.
But even though we get to that significant, what does that mean? Do we need because if you see prices, it's rising by a slower pace or it stays. So are we going to get to a point where price will just stay for a long time, or just keep on? Because in Nigeria, nothing goes
now this brings my next question. Do you think that these figures actually are just noise, or is actually a turning point for Nigeria?
No, I think even more as of December last year, people could tell that foods were cheaper. None of people could tell. There were testimonies of people saying that food was cheaper. For one, rice used to be almost 100 baht, 100,000 naira. Yes, early last year, late 2024. But now people could get a bag of rice for 50,000-60,000 naira. So yes, you could feel it. And another thing about a misconception with inflation rate is that people think that that shows the drop in the prices of food. No, it is the rate of the drop. So it is telling you that, this is the rate at which prices are dropping. Not that prices dropped the same percentage. So it's telling you that, okay, rates are dropping slower. They are dropping faster. Do you understand? So as inflation is slowing, it means that rates are dropping, they are dropping well too. So yes, I think that if you go, it might not be as drastic as we want, and it might not affect all staples. But I think major staples like rice, yam, even pepper to tomatoes to a very good degree.
Of course, the change might not be as drastic as we want, but then there is. All right, we'll go on a quick break now, but when we come back, we're going to be looking at gold prices surging towards $5,000 and also FAC windfall and the state's spending choice. Just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. This is still Business Week, and I'm still in the studio with Bumi Bailey and Eniola Olatunji. And now we're going to be moving our focus to gold prices surging towards $5,000. Eniola, I'm going to come to you first. So what do you think this signals for Africa, the currency, and also the reserves?
Okay. So I'm sure every lady out there is very happy because gold is $5,000. That means you can literally get more money from. But now is not the time to sell anyway. So there are three factors that are influencing the prices of gold right now. One has to be geopolitical tension. I mean, Trump has been the president of America for a year and maybe some months, and the turmoil it has caused. So the turmoil it has caused has been so much, and there's so much of geopolitical tension. And when such happens, the financial markets would usually move to a safe. They invest in a safe haven, something that come rain, come sunshine, they're going to get their money back. Now that used to be the U.S. Treasury, but now like Trump is the president, and there's a lot of geopolitical tension, like I said earlier. So there's very little trust in the U.S. Treasuries now. So everybody is putting their money towards gold. Central banks all over the world are buying more gold. They feel safer. It is the best safe asset right now. Gold and silver. Last year, the gold average he reached a record high last year of like 3,500, but it averaged about 3,400, and we thought like that was a record high. Yeah, imagine it's now at $5,000 per ounce. That is very like it's such an increase in hike in its prices. Another thing that's also increasing the prices is also that over generally across the world, like we mentioned earlier, aside Africa, we're really in a lower inflation environment. So monetary policies around the world they are less tighter, so to speak. We're moving to an easy monetary cycle, and that means that assets like fixed income instruments, the U.S. Treasuries, bonds, they are not as attractive as they used to be. So now the yields on them are way lower. So people are putting their money now in places like gold, where they can get much more gains from returns from selling them. But it's also that even generally, the major buyers of this gold, they are not retailers. They are central banks across the world trying to build their reserves with gold, because generally central banks usually buy a lot of the U.S. Treasuries. But
do you think central banks should actually hold more gold?
Yes, okay. They are generally safe. They are safe. Okay. They are universal, so to speak. They are they can be sold easily. So a lot of central banks across the world are moving from U.S. Treasuries to yes, and just it goes up. So a lot of central banks across the world are moving from the U.S. Treasuries to holding more gold. China, Asian countries for one, are one of the largest holders of the U.S. Treasury. Now we see them buying way more gold. Now you ask ourselves, where is Africa in all of this? Nigeria for one holds about 686 troy ounce, which was as of 2024, which was estimated to be about 2.8 trillion in our reserves. But honestly, we can do way better than that figure. Now that's even the 2.8 trillion that was as at 2024, that was the value. With the increment we see in 2025 and 2026, the value will be way more. But just 2.8 trillion of what? Almost 40 this is actually still a very, very, what I'm trying to say is still a very, very small portion of our reserves. That means, honestly, to me, we're leaving cash on the table. We are leaving cash on the table because there's literally like there's gold, and we're not buying, we're not stocking up our reserves on it. But I think there are plans to increase this. And also, one of the benefits of this is that it also helps currency stability, in the sense that now if now when gold prices are higher, that means we have like the value of our reserve is higher, and that means like we have more dollars, so to speak, or more money to defend the economy. We have more money in our reserve, we have more money to defend the currency if they need be, and we just have more money generally. And this is even something we see across like African countries. Only very few African countries have very what's the word to use? Very substantial amounts of their reserves in gold. And I like I said earlier, we're leaving money on the table because
are we even positioned to actually benefit from this gold price? That's Africa.
Yeah, everyone.
Africa is already benefiting.
Yes. All right. So okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ghana, for example, I mean Ghana, the biggest gold producer in Africa, exporter in Africa. I mean, thanks to the surge in gold prices. In fact, when I saw that 5,000 this morning, before I jumped to Ghana, analysts had actually projected it would get to that towards the end, 5,000, 6,000. So I was so surprised at 5,000, right? Kicked. I was like, oh my God, what was I thinking? Opportunity for Africa, all the African countries. I mean, as at last week, for example, Uganda, major exporter for Uganda is coffee, but they also export gold. They are among the top 10 exporters of gold. So because of the surge in gold prices, the gold export will actually come for the first time. I know what happens when they have more gold, it increases their reserves and also their currency. So now they're not looking for opportunities to now boost the production of gold and also export. What they also did now, I think, was to remove an export levy on exportation of gold just to increase production. And they also introduced some incentives to also bring in new people to actually be in gold production and exportation. Apart from that, Ghana, which I think is the major country in Africa that really, how would I say, that really shined in the midst of this gold surge. I mean, like I said, Ghana is the biggest producer of gold and also the exporter of gold in Africa. So because of the surge in gold, they recorded their first annual currency appreciation. That's they appreciated for the first time.
Yes, last year.
And this is because
it was because of gold, yes.
And what the country is not trying to do, because as small as they are, they're not trying to find is how how can I grab into the opportunities? I think they did some initiative where they also had to, I think, remove some export or something that they just had to reduce the restriction just to encourage gold production. And also the exportation too. When it comes to also illegal mining, because illegal mining has also been one of the factors that affected Ghana production. They've also put in things in place, meaning that if you want to mine gold, you must go through the system formally, not informally. So they are now putting structures and measures in place to tap this opportunity. So for Ghana, I see the city appreciating more this year. For Uganda, I see, them getting more gold exports. And apart from that, I also see maybe other foreign countries, major economies to invest in Africa. I mean, there was a news last week that talked about Saudi Arabia, the biggest crude oil exporter in the world, coming to, I think they want to do a mine in Sudan. Sudan is also one of the major top 10 exporters of gold. At the same time, Sudan is also among the poorest, and also the issue with conflict and not affecting their country and all. So because of the opportunity they are seeing in gold, we see more world or big economies now coming to these African markets to actually set up mines so they can mine gold and tap into this opportunity. So that's why I said this year all eyes should be on Africa, especially when it comes to gold. So other people, for example, when you talk about Nigeria, I don't know what Nigeria is in terms of gold. I really don't know if we're a major producer or I don't even think we're in top 10. So we need to look at that.
Yeah.
Even though, I saw in the news where I think the minister of mining also they said there was a news going on that they were going to build a mine, but he said that's not correct, that's wrong, that it's one private company that wants to set up something.
That was something
so
I said.
Even before I saw that, I was like, okay, this is what Nigeria. So not knowing that it was a private, so Nigeria needs to tap into the opportunity and say, okay, what can I do? Like what Eniola said.
Exactly.
So increase my gold reserves.
We are constantly
follow the
losing
trend
money.
of what is happening with what is Ghana and other countries are doing, so that they can get other foreign markets to come and invest or set up mines or something. Because I know that now, in terms of mining, Nigeria is also trying to boost the mining sector too.
Yeah.
So this is one thing they can look at. Gold is what they can look at now. I mean, and the prices might continue to come.
Yes, because the thing with Trump is tomorrow. Yeah. So something happened last week. Last week, in the Eurobond market for one on Monday and Tuesday, after Trump announced his interest in Greenland, all across there were Japan 30 years bond reached its record high in over 30 years. The US saw large sell-offs. Even Nigeria, African countries were not exempted from it. There was a global sell-off of all bonds and treasuries across the world, and this was because of like what you're doing. And guess what? That's when gold hits like a record high.
Yeah, all right. Exactly. Because another thing is that I also see, there was a partnership between Egypt, I think that was late last year, December, between Egypt and I think African Development Bank, and I can't recall the bank, a major development bank in Africa, where they are thinking of using gold to trade. So we might begin to see gold as a new currency. People are beginning to invest in gold as a new currency, especially now that they don't also want to rely on US dollar, because many African countries are trying to reduce the reliance on the US
And it's not even just
so
African
why don't
countries.
you look for a currency apart from gold? You're also looking at the Chinese currency. You have countries like Kenya and I think Zambia that are also trying to trade. They're also introducing initiatives to trade in this the Chinese currency too. So you can see many African countries trying to reduce the reliance on the US dollar, because there's this thing that says that whenever the US currency appreciates, other currencies depreciate.
Yes.
And
It's
it has what has actually spiked inflation. I mean, Ghana, for example, it takes to the gold to the currency appreciation. Ghana inflation was up to 54% in September. Was it December 2023? 54%. And because of the surge in gold prices, right, we have seen inflation keep
right. All right, let's now move our focus away from gold. Eniola is really excited about it. Hopefully, it keeps increasing as against the 3,500 that it was.
I just want to quickly mention also that if you're like, when there's a dip maybe in the price, it will be like one of the best times to buy and hold.
Not now.
Yeah. Yes, and not I don't even know the time to sell. We like
so when do we get to buy? Where is it going to dip?
It has reached like the record high last week. This week it can fall. The prices can fall again. Then when it falls, then you can buy.
I really don't. I don't know if gold prices. It depends. If Trump stops, I will call it a rat. If he stops this, because last week he introduced 100% tariff on Canada if they trade China. Then the same with on wine and champagne. I was like, champagne and wine. I said, God. And I told myself that France is one of the major importers of wine when it comes to Nigeria. I'm like, hold on, that this man is really, and he's not stopping. So if he continues,
there's new laws every
if he
day.
continues with this, even if he stops, he might start. And
all right,
last thing.
Okay, so now let's move to the FAC windfall and also the state spending choice. Now the big question is, are governors prioritizing eye candy projects over the citizens' welfare? That's the big question that we're looking at. What do you think of it? Do you think they're actually just choosing political visible infrastructure instead of instead of structures that would actually the citizens are actually going to that cater for the citizens' welfare? Or do you think it's just normal political visible infrastructure?
Or creating of jobs. We will not see poverty rate and hit at 149 million last year. And projections that we might even hit 1 million this year. It just shows that what are going to be using that money for, because like you said, they have more money now. I mean, we've transited to an era where the states have more money.
Yes.
And from when the company don't have money. Power has been decentralized. Money has also been decentralized too. Right? They have more money. But what I see is that there's more money, but there are less consequences, accountability, leading to what we are seeing right now.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you look at, I think I saw in paper for many years, I said that FAC was roughly last year, first 11 months was around 3 trillion.
Yes.
And it's 3 trillion from about 28 trillion in 2024. Look at the budget, for example, state budgets. It's around 2020, that's before the removal of the implementation of the reforms. That was around, I think, 15 trillion, jumped to about 33 or 32 trillion in 2023. So that says a lot that your expenditure are going and double. So you cannot be complaining to me that you don't have money. I mean, you've come from a trend where you had millions coming into back from the states, coming to now trillions from the whole state. But when you look at the education budget, the health budget, there's nothing to talk about. Okay, for example, according to our 2024 budget, I think I saw this on budgets. They said I think 1.1 trillion was allocated to the state allocated 1.1 trillion. But out of that 1.1 trillion, only maybe close to 814 billion. So they didn't use everything. And this is not this is not a case that did not happen. You understand? And then another look at the education budget, which is also very important. I think it's roughly around, let's say, the 132 or so. It still falls short. They all still fall short at this time where we are saying we are doing. So what does that tell me? It tells me that where are you transmitting this money to? Which is very important. I mean, if you are spending a lot, you won't see poverty numbers, right? And the reason why we have this is because we don't have accountability. I mean, we should. I think we need to transit, or we need to move from the era of always blaming the president. Fine,
yeah,
we do. But we need to start holding our government accountable. We need to start having scoreboards. We can't always be reading scoreboards to the president of the ministry. We need to start with the states, because the states are closer to the people. They are the ones that can actually provide these amenities to the people. You understand? So we need to hold them accountable. I mean, for example, let's say let's say the agri sector, you want to build tractor. Because when you build tractor that is subsidized with, you're increasing production for farmers, right? So let's say a state, for example, just wants to build tractor, or maybe one of the state governments, one community or so. You understand? And then you go there, you say, okay, I will deliver this at this amount, and this so time, or maybe at so rate, but all these checks are not in place. You don't check when this is meant to be delivered, at what cost. So there's no auditing of all these things that's going on. Most times you just pass the budget, and then you just present the budget and then you pass it. You don't, there's no accountability, but you audit or track. Okay, you say you're going to provide this. What happened? Why is there a shortfall? For example, that's in the 2024 budget now. If there's a shortfall, that shortfall I talked about, why are there not checks to find out, what happened? Even though we said there was no revenue, why didn't you have no revenue? What happened? Why didn't you disclose it? We need to have it on a quarterly basis, not on a yearly basis, where even though you present, nothing is being.
And even the data are not even produced.
Exactly, and it doesn't even produce. Thank you very much. I mean, for me, when I like working with data a lot, because that is where I can actually see evidence and facts and tell my better story of what people do. But the states, when it comes to their budget, they are not transparent, which is what budget has actually talked about. That when it comes to this budget, the states have been more transparent, especially when it comes to the implementation. Sometimes you say, okay, fine, what has been used, even though they present it to you, it will take a very long time. Just like what the end. It's only inflation and GDP that they have been consistent with. Majorly.
So we would all agree that the fact reporting should be more public and granular.
No, the fact is consistent. In this budget implementation, that they don't even produce consistently. And something else I want to point out is that people, like this year we started the new tax laws were implemented. I just want to tell everyone that most of your personal income tax you pay is allocated to the states. Only the company income tax is what gets to the federal government. States. So let me tell you, it is in your. You need to hold the state accountable. That's where your money is going. Especially those that are paying more tax now. If there's anybody to hold, it is the state. You need to hold the state accountable, because majority of personal income tax goes to the state. And even because we can see this fear in even the Monetary Policy Authority. Cardoso had to introduce I think it was the CRR for like state account, which was about 75%, because he also it's putting so much effort into trying to tame inflation, but at the same time, these states and government and all, they are spending money. The relation between the monetary side and the fiscal side.
All right.
So
Thank you very much, Eniola and Bumi. It was really good to have you on a Monday morning. It's not every Monday you get to see three women talking about food, of course. And of course, I was standing in for Frank Aigbogun. You get to see him next week for the Business Week, and also Lolade Akinrele and Dr. Adeoshu. This is where the Business Week comes to an end. We'll come to you same time on Monday next week. Just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
And you're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. This is the Big Story segment. I am Deborah Eze. With the 2027 general elections still some distance away, conversations around political alignment are already gaining momentum. Recently, the Minister of Culture, Tourism and the Creative Economy, Anatu Musawa, weighed in on debates within the APC over the future of the Tinubu-Shetima ticket. She argued that the current arrangements reflect political realities in northern Nigeria and cautioned against underestimating voter expectation in key states. Beyond internal party dynamics, Musawa also questioned the readiness of the opposition to mount a credible challenge in 2027. And to examine what these comments revealed about the APC strategy, northern voter behavior, and the wider political landscape, I'm being joined by Joshua Bassi, is a journalist and editorial director at Business Day Television. Good morning, Bassi. It's good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you.
Deborah, for having me.
Yeah, I was speaking this morning that the 2026 is like a build up to the 2027 election. But how would you say this is notable that, you know, the public actually weighing on the internal tickets discussion? Don't you think it's too early for that discussion to actually, like, you know, be running around at this time?
Okay, thank you. Yes, you say too early. Some will say, you know, some will say no, it's not too early. That some will say yes, too early. But again, this is coming from a serving minister in the current administration, and I do not personally expect that the minister should be, you know, talking at this time, even though we know that even before announcing last year, I mean, we've seen political campaign here and there, even though the independent National Electoral Commission has not given the go-ahead for campaign. I mean, this election we're beginning to talk about actually is going to be around the February or March of 2027. But we already seeing a lot of political fireworks, you know, here and there. But again, coming to the minister who is talking, Anatu, I do not expect that a serving minister should be saying this at this time, especially when what she's saying is there's a lot of sentiment put into it. Talk about, you know, not talk about religion and all of that, Muslim. I don't expect that should be, because it's going to create a lot of tension at this time. But again, APC issue, I think it's going to be an internal, and she cannot actually. I know that usually, you know, it's something that as a party, APC will actually sit down and walk through. It's not something that the minister herself is going to, you know, decide. She's not the one to actually decide who is going to be on the ticket with the president in 2027. Who's going to run with the president in 2027? It's actually the prerogative of Mr. President to choose whoever it is that he wants to be his running mate in 2027. But again, it's also going to be something that all the party stalwarts, you know, stakeholders within the APC will sit down to talk about. But I think it's too early for me. I would personally say it's too early for her to jump into it. I mean, any other person can, but it shouldn't come from a serving minister who is in the cabinet. You know, you are serving in the cabinet of the person who appointed you as minister, and you are coming up with this. I don't expect that she should begin to say this now as a serving minister in the cabinet of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. She's an appointee.
Right.
So
okay, let's now speak about some of the things that she said, and which is the Muslim ticket actually reflects the political realities in the northern Nigeria. So from your perspective, how accurate is that reading in the region's electorate?
Okay, fine. So there's no doubt we have more Muslim in the north than we have, you know, Christians. You know, but again, it's not as if that I know that I know. If you, why we have more Muslim in the north than we have Christians? I mean, when it comes to you know, politics, I mean, you cannot just say, oh, I mean, a Muslim ticket. It must be a Muslim from the north that will also then serve as a vice president in 2027, just like we are having now. You recall in 2023, it was a very, very you know, serious argument. Yeah. In fact, there were people who were in the APC who had to, you know, defect, and you know, they left the APC just because they felt that it was a wrong thing for the president, the current president, to choose a Muslim as his running mate. Well, it worked out. I mean, they won the election. Thank God. I mean, it's been fine. I mean, they've gone on fine now for almost going to 2 years. I mean, going to 3 years.
Are they really fine?
I mean, no, but I mean, yeah. No, it's gone on fine. They've gone on fine. I would say so. There's been no serious religious issue per se. But we will come to that as we go in. We'll talk about some other things as we go on in this conversation. But for you to now issue like, because I see what the minister said as, should I say, a subtle threat. That's the way I look at it.
Talking about the opposition.
Yeah, subtle threat. But because you must also consider the fact that Christians in the north They also have their own sentiment. So you don't talk as if they are not existing. You understand?
Yeah.
They're also existing. I mean, they also want things to be in their favor. You understand? If you have a Muslim from the south, and then ordinarily, if you balance the religious equation, because the religion is a big factor in Nigerian politics. If you want to balance that equation, I mean, the right thing actually should also be that. I mean, there are Christians in the north. So I would really say that the minister should calm down and allow us to get closer to a point where the president, the APC, would actually decide who to pick. I mean, this subtle threat, as they will look at it, it's not in the interest of anybody, or it's not in the interest of the country. It's also not in the interest of Christians in the north. I mean, so he should allow things to get to a point where the stakeholders in the party actually sit down and talk about this thing.
Yeah. So she made references to states like Kano, we have Kaduna and Sokoto. So do you think these states still have like the electoral weight to actually determine the election in 2027? Yeah,
they do. I mean, I'm talking about, if you look at, we have in the Northwest, some of these states actually fall, for instance. The Northwest, where we have 7 states. In the Northwest, you have, that's where you have Jigawa, that's where you have Kano, that's where you have Katsina, that's where you have Keri, you have Sokoto, you have Zamfara, and it's a big, so really, they look at Kano, for instance. You have millions of votes that will come from Kano. But the minister should not forget, and Minister Anato should not forget that as we speak, the governor of Kano State, is defecting to the, APC. And so with the political dynamics that we have seen so far, where you have a lot of, party, a lot of political politicians moving from their parties to the APC, even I think that even if the president chooses to drop Shetima, who is from the northeast, I mean, is from Borno, that falls into the northeast. So if he can gain northwest, I mean, I think that if the president can gain northwest, where you have the places like Kano, where you have you have Katsina, you have Sokoto and Zamfara. Those are states where those states can also produce millions of votes. So she shouldn't just limit it to those are 3 states that she has mentioned. Yes, even though she mentioned Kano, she mentioned Sokoto, and another state that she also
Kaduna.
She also mentioned Kaduna. Yeah. I mean, so like I said, all these things will actually they will get to a point where they actually look at it. It's okay. Can we win with Muslim tickets, or can we win with Muslim Christian ticket? It is something that the party will actually sit down and look at it. And like I said, if they choose, if the APC, if the president chooses to, so okay, if I'm going to, this time around, it will be Muslim Christian. As long as the parties that are involved, as long as those, because for instance, now we're going to have a governor of Kano State, supporting the president. We are already having governor of Kaduna State supporting the president. So all of these, Sokoto, all of these states, if they actually sit down, so okay, fine, it's fine with us. If you decide this time around to go with a Christian from the north as against Muslim, all they need to, once that agreement is reached, is for them to go and mobilize. So I don't see, that's what I'm saying, that a serving minister in the cabinet shouldn't be the one to actually come up with this. If this was coming from maybe a governor of a particular state, right, in the north, maybe a governor of who is in the APC. So look, I mean, you cannot, I understand, but a serving cabinet member should actually be the ones to, drive this narrative right now, this religious ethnic narrative shouldn't come from a serving minister who is in the cabinet of the president.
But what do you think actually matters most for the core voters in the north? Is it ethnicity or the political symbolism, or do you think it's religion?
There are things there are key things that drive, the voting pattern that determine, voting in Nigeria. There's literacy factor. There is cult-like followership factor, right? There is, money factor, and there's poverty factor, right? And poverty factor is a situation where you go to a place and then you go vote for me, and you are giving the people money, and they are voting for you because you have shared money to them, or you have shared something to them, because they are poor and they need food. And that's where you see politicians go share rice, give bread, share money, share indomie, greens, and all of that. And then people take those things and vote, because then I tie that to literacy factor, where people cannot actually determine what they want. They just need immediate gratification. Whatever it is that can people just satisfy me now, I just vote. I collect the money, maybe 5,000, maybe I collect the rice. My children are hungry, I need more, I need food to that give them. So you just give them those things, and then they vote and go. It doesn't matter to them what happened thereafter. So there's that factor. But also there's religious factor. Unfortunately, it's a big factor in Nigeria. So that also play a role. But again, it is also, like I said, religion plays a very big role in politics in Nigeria, especially in the northern part of the country. Okay, so, but like I said, if the party, leadership, even though there's a religious factor, but if the party leadership decides that, look, this is what we want at this time, and they can always galvanize the people, they can talk to the people. Okay, I mean, by the way, by 2031, power is likely going to return to the north. And so if the party leaders from the north will see that and say, look, I mean, it's going to be just 4 years. Ordinarily, it should have been a Christian Muslim ticket. That's what we know in Nigeria. Whenever a Christian is a president, a Muslim will be the vice president. Whenever a Muslim is the president, a Christian will be the vice president. That has worked for us somehow, just to balance that religious equation. But I mean, we've seen a situation where that was somehow distorted in 2023 with the sitting president coming in with a Muslim. So we have a Muslim ticket. So it's just a matter of talking to people and say, look, we've had it should have been a Christian or a Muslim Christian, but the Christians have accepted it. And they say, okay, if we have a Muslim Christian this time around, just for 4 years, and thereafter power return to the north in 2031. I think people can buy into it. That's why I'm saying that it's too early for the minister herself to have come up with this.
But let's how disruptive would you think a change it would be for the vice president's slot for the APC to actually be a Christian instead of a Muslim? Do you think it's going to be
I don't see any big disruption.
Okay.
And this is what I just explained. I don't see any big disruption because the slot that the current vice president is using should have gone to a Christian to balance the religious political equation in Nigeria. It should have been a Christian. And you recall that was why in 2023, some Christians from the north protested against it. I remember the former Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Babache Lawal. He protested against it seriously. I remember former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dugara. He protested. These people were part of the APC, but they left and then they were, look, I mean, this cannot be. But, the president was determined. I mean, despite that protest, he went on with it. And like I said earlier on, it has gone on well. So if this time around the president said, look, let's do it the other way, I think that people should also accept it. I mean, again, don't also forget that President Trump's recent, issue of genocide against Nigeria. I mean, that's another factor, because I recall one of the U.S. Congressmen saying that in Nigeria there's usually, Christian Muslim joint ticket, but this time around it's a Christian. That is the reason why we are having a lot of, killing or the Christian genocide thing in the north. So I mean, if you look at it from that sentiment. I mean, it will only be nice. I'm just, for the president, okay, let's balance it this time around. And in balancing it, it's just going to be for the next 4 years. Balance it, everything is not going to fall. So I don't see any disruption. And if the current vice president is dropped for a Christian vice president to come from the north, I don't see any big disruption. And like I said, the current the current vice president is from Borno State. So the Northwest, almost entire state in the Northwest, are moving into, the governors, that now moving into APC. If you say, it's just for them to sit down and say, okay, how do we go about it? Where do we pick the vice president from? Is it from the Northwest this time around as against this Northeast? Is it from the North Central? So it's just for once that agreement is reached, and that becomes the party position. Once a party position has been reached, it's for the party members to go and work. That's the party's position. Just like we have, like in 2023, it became the party position. Once the current vice president Shetima was picked, and Timu was insisting he must be the one, and one that was agreed, everybody went to work. Everybody who was a member of the APC, went to work, and it worked out, and it went well. So the same thing, if the current vice president is dropped, and a Christian is picked as a running mate for Tinubu's running mate in 2027, it's for everybody in APC to go and work. That's the party's ticket. Except we want APC to lose.
So let's now talk about the opposition now. Do you think that the ruling party, they're actually underestimating the opposition alliance ahead of 2027? Because the minister, I want to move away from what the minister said. Now let's look at, let's balance it. So do you think that the ruling party are very comfortable and, they are underestimating what the opposition might do, the opposition alliance for 2027?
Yeah, currently, opposition in Nigeria is weak.
Yeah.
Quite very, very weak. We've seen the disintegration, as it were, of the opposition, whether you're talking about the PDP or you're talking about Labour Party. You are talking about other political party. The one that is now coming up, where we see a lot of yesterday men who were in government, gravitating, towards, is the ADC. It is in the ADC that we have the likes of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. It is in ADC you have the former Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, Peter Obi. It is in ADC that you have a former transport minister under Buhari, Rotimi Amechi, who is also former governor of Rivers State. It is in APC that you have former, minister of the FCT, former governor of Kaduna State, Nesse El-Rufai. So that is the party that now seems to be, galvanizing and then bringing people, trying to. But even at that, it's still weak to the extent that as we speak, there's going to be kind of an internal squabble as to who will actually get the presidential ticket of the party, whether it is going to be Peter Obi, whether it is going to be Atiku, whether it is going to be Rotimi Amechi, because these are people who are, we've seen them saying, look, I'm not going to step down for anybody. Atiku is not ready to, we've seen him saying, look, he will contest. We've seen the obedient movement saying it is either the party presidential ticket or nothing. That Obi is not going to play second fiddle. It's not to anybody. We've seen Rotimi Amechi insisting that it is the presidential ticket that he wants. So we see how that is going to play out. But I'm saying that because as we speak, just 1 year to the election, we haven't actually seen a very clear cut direction and policy programs that the ADC has put forward that Nigerians can actually relate with, that will tell us, look, if we come in, what we're going to do is different from what the current administration is doing. Okay, by this time, Nigerians should actually see the policy, the program, the manifesto that's actually that is relatable, that people can actually identify with. It's okay, fine. If they come in and they're able to do this, and they'll be able, apart from just criticism, which is good, of course, there must be criticism of the current of the government, that make them to be able to keep them in check, so they can actually do the right thing. So The opposition is weak, in my view. PDP is gone. I mean, they've destroyed the PDP. They've destroyed the Labour Party. There's no doubt about that. So those ones cannot actually rise up to be able to challenge the APC in the 2027. Just 1 year.
We're looking at the ADC.
So it's the ADC that we are looking at. But even the ADC, for them to be able to make any meaningful impact as far as 2027 is concerned, they need to give us the clear direction. They need to identify with the people. So far, what is it that they've used to identify with the people? In 2015, one of the things that the APC then, used to fight, they will not remember there was the issue of insecurity, and so they used Buhari early in the year, early enough. They used Buhari to say, look, the current president who was doing that, and then because there was issue of insecurity, look, he can't fight insecurity, so we have a general. So they use the issue of a general that look, this one, he knows the terrain, he's a soldier.
I want to ask you finally in few seconds now, just few seconds, the comments made by the minister, do you think it shows the confidence within the APC, or it just highlights the anxiety that has to do with voters' confidence?
I think, okay, fine. I think from the minister's statement seems to be suggesting to me that the minister is G3. The minister is religious inclined. Is just zeroing on the ethnic politics, zeroing on the religious politics. Just those factors are actually there, but I don't see it. It doesn't show. It's not a show of confidence. I wouldn't say so. It's a show of anxiety, but I don't really see why that anxiety should be there, because, like I said, the opposition are not. They don't seem to be getting their acts together. So I don't see I don't see any reason why she should be anxious about anything. It's just for him or for her and the rest of them in the APC to work harder, and then so. Muslim or Christian or Muslim. But look, again, in conclusion, let me say this. If the current vice president is removed, for a Christian to come in to take that slot, I don't see any threat. I don't see any threat.
Right.
Because in the first place, it should have been a Christian that should be occupying that office. And if the Christian accepted it, the Christian from there accepted and voted, why can't the Muslim too also accept it just for the next 4 years? After which presidency will likely go back to the north, and it is a Muslim that will, pick that ticket.
Thank you very much, Joshua Bassi. We're speaking to Joshua Bassi. He's a journalist and the editorial director at BusinessDay Television. And this is where the big story comes to an end. Up next is the social listening segment. To stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, The first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You're welcome back. This is the social listening segment on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Deborah Eze. I'm not doing this alone, obviously. I'm right here with...
Most definitely, Onyeka Valentine. Social listening, like they say. Let's hope that we listen properly this time around.
Are you going to be listening socially or you're going to always look for the business side in it?
You know me. I always look for the business side
in
because
everything.
We're Business Day.
All right. It's only Onyeka that will look for the business side in marriage also. Anyways, let's get straight into the conversations Nigerians are engaging with online today. And the first conversation gaining attention this morning is the reconciliation of actress Tonto Dike and ex-husband Olakunle Churchill after 10 years apart. She shared the story on her official Instagram page on Saturday, attributing the restored relationship to divine intervention. In a post, the actress described how what once seemed ugly, impossible, and beyond repair has been transformed into peace and respect. Well, let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. And the first reaction from Charles. And Charles said, anyone who has something negative to say about our repentance and new life haven't really encountered God. When you do, then you understand what might be happening in your life. For it is no longer I that live, but Christ that liveth in me. You have to be consecrated to understand. And of course, we have artillery, and it said, now an innocent child can actually enjoy love and peace from both parents without having to hear your mom is this and your dad is that. Thank God for Elroy. And of course, the final one from Peter Adeyemi, and he said, best decision for them. Two people can't act same way in marriage, especially when the child is involved. If one acts odd, the other must act cold. If one act like a goat, the other must act like a sheep. That is the logic of successful relationship, be it in friendship and partnership.
Before we go ahead, I'll quickly like to give a thumbs up to Peter, this last person Peter Adeyemi, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then I haven't said so, but I'll tell you why I'm giving a thumbs up.
Right.
Thumbs up in the fact that even at his level of understanding, he's able to lay out what the intricacies surrounding this thing we call marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And having said so, let's jump into it really. I would say that, look, wedding is just a day. Marriage is mile and age.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not necessarily qualified to come talk about marriage and all that stuff. Most definitely. We have all had our issues. But truth about the whole matter is this, is that we must present it the way it was said and then see what comes out of it. If you ask me what I think, I will tell you, I think that once you have had another shot at this wonderful union that we call marriage, why not just keep quiet and not talk about it?
Okay.
See, the reason why I'm telling you this, you see, a lot of people made their careers off the fact that she had a failed marriage. Some people who were broke, who nobody knew about, had their blogs, had their tabloids, had all that stuff. They built an empire on other people's demise. And this is how the world is, unfortunately. And so for me, having said so, I would say, look, allow your love life and your marriage foster. Do not put it out in public. You've learned from the past, right? I mean, she's listening, and that could have probably been my own advice, but wait, who am I to advise? I'm just an anchor, right? Or a broadcaster, like they say. But let's be honest, right, Debbie? If you've made a mistake before, don't you think that doing the same thing could give room for the same, outcome again? Keep quiet about it. Otherwise, she was going through that whole stuff. See, the internet always remains undefeated.
So you have kept quiet about the reconciliation.
Look,
okay. Just go
so
ahead.
I will tell you why. Just keep quiet. Let people begin to see. Let reports come from people. Do you know why? You're quick to say this. Remember, it was misunderstanding that brought you to that level. Now there's reconciliation. So just quiet about it. Let things foster and then build together. I believe when it comes to marriage, it's very sacred. Build together. Anyone who's bringing their marital life out in public should be rest assured. The internet, again, like I said, never forgives, never forgets, and still remains undefeated. And so, for me, again, like I always say, as a businessman, I want to look at the business angle of it.
There's no business angle.
I will tell you. Now, the man will probably not spend too much money on other things.
He's going to spend more money now.
But it's not a joint spending.
Exactly.
It's one direction.
No, before it has only been turned. I think this is. I don't agree with you as to the reconciliation being private because it unfolded in the public. I think it's just right. They are two adults. It's just right that they both come out to say you know what.
Public.
Yeah. So
the same public that
yes. So we don't have wrong information.
Right.
Take for instance, we know everybody knows whether you want to know the information or you don't care about the information. You just have to know that Tonto DK and Churchill, they are just two different people. They don't want to be in the same space. They loathe and hate each other. Everybody knows that.
Well.
So I think it's just right that, both of them come out to actually say that, you know what, we are good now. We're working on joint custody, joint parenting, so that we don't have bloggers actually giving false information. Now we know what it really is. That these two are good, and they actually like So people say if you bring anything to the public, it's better for you to just address it in public. Like if you offend me in public, if you say something about me in public, I personally would rather that we come to the same public and then you render your apology.
So are you saying that if someone calls you a thief in public, you should come back and tell you you're not a thief in public?
You will come out. You will come to the public and tell them that I am not a thief.
What's that?
The next story the Nigerians are reacting to, the Citizen and Ambassadorial Honor awarded to jailed IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu in the US. And Kanu was equally adopted as an outstanding citizen who should be accorded every courtesy as a goodwill ambassador from Georgia. The proclamation to the effect was made by Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, on behalf of the Republican-controlled U.S. state. The proclamation letter dated January 16, 2026, was presented on Friday, January 23, 2026, in one of the capital cities of Georgia by the state representative, Gab Okoye. Let's take a look at how citizens are reacting to the story. And the first reaction from Jennifer Jocelina, she said, Nigeria labeled him a terrorist, but the US just labeled him a citizen. This isn't just an award, it's a diplomatic slap in the face. While the federal government is spending billions to keep him in a cell, the world is validating his influence. You can detain the body, but you clearly can't detain the narrative. The DSS just became the bodyguard of an American VIP. And of course, another reaction from Weeks Poll, and it said, the anger with which some Nigerians speaks about Kanu, if they use the same anger against actual Fulani terrorists and bandits, there will be no insecurity in Nigeria. And finally from Teslim Kuye, and he said the IPOB lobbyist paid for it. It would serve his jail term under Nigeria law. Nigeria can also set him free under their own conditions. No US citizenship can take him out of jail.
Very quickly, I think the last person spoke, for me, he spoke without thinking very, very clearly.
Yeah.
Now, and it's good that we debunk this since we're reading this on our platform, right? We have no prior news or evidence that IPOP, whoever it is, or paid for it. So that is debunked. We need to talk about it, which is very key. Because people just come up on social media and say a lot of stuff.
Every view is not of that of Business Day, rather the people who.
But having said so, I think so now we hear, now we've seen this. What this means, it carries a lot of weight. I was watching the analysis and I saw what I call the incentives that will come with it. The fact that, so it's listed there as someone who this award is being given to based on you're now a citizen, right? He should be accorded the respect he moves from country to country. Also, there's an important part that we're not seeing, which means now the United States eye will be directly focused on affairs surrounding Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Whether that is good for us as a country, we don't know yet. What this means moving forward is that don't be surprised in the future, near future, it could be next week, it could be next month, Donald Trump himself will come in and weigh on this matter. Because as far as I'm concerned, he looks for every look and cranny just to make sure that the most populous, nation in Africa, and of course the most influential in West Africa, as the case may be, with loads and loads of crude oil and natural resources and rare earth mineral, is under his feet. We know this already. So in every look and every way, he would try to seize opportunity to weigh into this. You cannot tell me that before they gave him the citizenship, that the presidency in the United States was not aware. Of course, they were aware now. So give it to him, so we can see if we visit to now, laser our eye on it. What will come out of it, we don't know yet. But most definitely, Nnamdi Kanu will now become, right, a person of interest.
Well, I think it's going to become an international issue now that we know that he's a U.S. citizen. Like you said, he would actually become a person of interest. And I think before you actually detain somebody from another country, there have to be like a joint investigation
Right.
and reasons as to why this person has to be in your custody.
Mm.
But what actually stood out for me is the opinion of Jennifer Jocelina, who actually said the DSS just became bodyguards for an American
Quite
VIP.
intriguing
I
statement.
really don't know how you guys think about this thing, but that is actually one statement down there. Hopefully, let's see how it unfolds. Maybe this would actually or maybe.
But another thing I'll tell you.
Are we still going to get another presidential pardon?
Well, again, it's not our place to preempt it, but we're looking at all possible scenarios here. Don't forget, Donald Trump he's a chess player. He knows how to play this game. Even when some other persons might say that this could be a collateral damage in different ways, they know how to play the game such a way that to come back and favor them.
Right.
I see this one as one of those, extra cards that they're trying to throw through. Once you've made him a citizen, which means that they might want to begin to push, although this doesn't mean that they must sway the hand or push the hand of our judicial system to now review the case. No, but it simply means that some level of quote and unquote, right, preferential treatment will come in. And we don't know yet if that's going to be in our favor as a country or not. Again, on the flip side, we can also use this to, those who are the advisors to our president, we also use this to as a bargaining chip, right? To be able to say, okay, look, now he's not a citizen. We can also, give him presidential pardon, right? But we need X, this, that. So it goes both ways. It all depends on who is smarter to use it, right, in their favor.
Right.
The United States,
or
Nigeria.
Okay, United States of Nigeria. Let's now move to the third conversation, which is the detention of a young man identified as Oluseyi Oluwasemilogo Ayinla for creating and sharing AI-generated nude of singer Ira Star. And according to reports, he was arrested around December 30th and moved to FCID in Lagos, where he has been held over 3 weeks as peers returns to school. Many Nigerians hailed the arrest as a stand against digital harassment, especially for women who faced similar issues like the 23-year-old singer. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting. Reaction from First Twin, and it said, just live your life and enjoy Twitter. Shaming people will give you publicity you don't deserve. Don't know why people don't think.
I agree with that.
Another one from Emo Man, and he said, I keep warning people to be careful on what they post and say concerning people. Police is working in this country until, police is work. I think it's trying to say police is not working in this country until you commit the crime. And finally from Ego, and she said, a young man that should concentrate on his studies, growing and learning. Anyway, you learn better in that preferred location.
I mean, very quickly, the three want to say something?
Yeah, I've forgotten the country. I would like to quickly touch on something. I've forgotten the country. I posted it one time, a country in their house of in their house, and the lady actually came up with different prompts that people actually give AI when it comes to women's bodies. We see things like, hey Grog, remove her clothes. Hey Grog, show her nudes. Hey Grog, I want to see her with just a top. Hey Grog, I want to, and she listed out this prompt to just show you how women are actually being harassed. Now we've moved away from harassing women physically. First time in my life that I went to Oshodi on my own, and that was like the last time ever I went to Oshodi.
They push you back and forth.
I used the bus, not even the pushing. I got down from the bus, and the next thing was a spank.
And you wonder what's going on.
And when I turned, I didn't find anybody. Everyone just acted like it was okay.
Even if you have found the person, would you have changed?
Would have done. So it's really crazy and sad that we've moved from the physical now to digital. So in my opinion, I think Don Jazzy should not release this boy. He should be charged to court and spend the time for online harassment and bullying.
I mean, truth
That's
be
what
told,
I think.
there's normally when stories like this come out, I always find a way to stay on the fence. But in this case, I think it's a total no. It's a no. I mean, truth be told, not everybody can differentiate, even at our present state now, with the emergence of AI and the settling of AI, because I want to now say that AI right now is now thriving. It's no longer being introduced. It's thriving, helping businesses to become better, helping research to be carried out more effectively. So knowing that, right, there are some people who cannot still differentiate real picture from the AI doctored picture. So when you now use the fact that you can manipulate a particular picture using AI to kind of, not even kind of, to actually target someone's mental health, because when that happens, it can affect your mental health. Seeing that an image that looks like you, if not you at some point
it's not very apt. It gives the exact precise image.
So in fact, it can actually make you begin to question your reality. I was watching the video the other day. Someone played a prank on a man in a supermarket, right? Took a picture of the man while he was coming to the supermarket, quickly took his phone and gave a prompt. AI, give me a prompt of this man, right, doing something nasty in the supermarket. And so he quickly did it, and it was 1 minute video that came out, and the man walked up to the guy and said, are you not the one on this video that just came? He said, no, I'm not the one. You could see the man, he was literally, literally almost breaking down until he said it was a prank.
You're not the one.
Exactly. So for me, I think this young man has learned the hard way. That this young man who did this thing, who did this AI, whatever it is, he has learned the hard way, and he's now the scapegoat, really. For people out there, I see a lot of people who put AI finishing touches or AI videos of our president dancing. I see a lot of stuff, and I'm like, people don't know that you have the DSS that's working. People don't know you have the SSS, you have the DSS, you have some secret service agents that their job is to go on social media and look for some certain things that could demarket Nigeria. In this case, maybe after a while, they might want to probably lay their feet off the hook. But
I wouldn't advise that, because now we've seen a large rate of banger. They're called banger boys on Twitter. People who would just come and say, because I am sad and miserable, you cannot be happy. We've had people, example, the Alabi, I don't know if you know Lawrence, is quite very popular on Twitter. Lawrence had to detain one, and it really caused an uproar on Twitter. And one would think that, okay, with that happening, it would reduce it. Rather, we are seeing this. So I don't think they should let him go. I think he should face the law. Because like you said, it is really mentally draining.
It is.
You know what it means? 1 minute you're actually in your home trying to get over the fact that the price of rice is expensive, or your transportation has increased by double.
And someone tags you.
Someone tags you to a picture of your naked self. See, you would not come out from it. Believe me. You might be telling yourself, oh, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. People they've already seen you like that, so there's really nothing you can do about it. So I don't think it should be forgiven. People on Twitter who actually said, oh, he has learned his lesson. I was so tempted to type, you know what, Don Jazzy, fine, he has learned his lesson, but I think he needs company in that prison cell. The people who think he didn't do anything, take them along.
You make a very wicked judge.
No, it's not about being a wicked judge. What is bad is bad.
It is.
And when it comes to people's body, you have no right.
So certainly, without questioning or debate, there should be boundaries, and some boundaries should be set clearly. Now, even more annoying is the fact that she is a celebrity that is an internationally well-known artist. So I can understand why her record label is weighing heavily on this matter, so that in the future, all those other cyber bullies or AI users will take care. Now, what this means is that if this continues, don't be surprised that most people, one or two lawmakers, or maybe someone might push the bill for AI, control AI and all that stuff. And
I agree.
And then now, what would that mean if that bill? I'm not saying there's a bill like that, but if ever that bill is introduced and it gets heard and it moves and they now adopted, what would mean is that, look, most people who have businesses, genuine businesses that AI actually comes in to help, will suffer. And
it's not better that actually happens than that actually happens than people getting seeing their naked bodies around. And I believe AI makes people lazy. Now we don't have good writers. You can't differentiate those that are good writers. We have writers sounding the same. You see something that looks interesting, and the next thing you can see that it looks similar to 10 others. I must tell you, I feel like AI should even be scrapped because it has gone away from the purpose that it was created in the first place. And come on, I want to say you will know an app that was actually created by a man. I'm about to say that, but I don't want to sound sexist right now. But really, because why would you even see a prompt like that and you go ahead to do it? What happened to, I cannot initiate this prompt? So I feel like they should go back to the drawing board and redo the whole AI thingy, because it has gone away from the reason, like you said, to help you out with things that you can,
companies,
exactly,
even healthcare.
Exactly, but now it has gone away from that. We have AI actually helping banker boys online. We have AI actually making people sound exact the same. So for me, I think it should even be scrapped. We don't need AI. Those that are smart are smart. If you're not smart, you're not smart. Not AI making everybody look like they're actually smart.
What that would mean, if they scrap it, what's to mean is that we'll be living on a very slow pace.
Well, let's live on a slow pace rather than seeing our naked bodies online. That's what I think. Anyway, those are the stories the Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching the social listening segment on Business Day Television. Of course,
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
And I'm Deborah Eze. See you tomorrow.
Most definitely.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If you're looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector. without a shade of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from BusinessDay Television. I'm Glory Brown Odibu. And now, the headlines. NMDPRA seeks additional $50 billion investment in midstream sector. Chevron strikes oil for the third time as reforms pay off. And Dangote switches to lighter crude amid cracker downtime. U.S. exports to Nigeria jumped 60% amid Trump tariffs. Nigeria sees energy shift as solar undercuts grid prices. And lastly, Discos reject federal government's free meter plans. Let's begin today's Business News Hour in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has urged the private sector to invest between $30 billion and $50 billion in Nigeria's midstream petroleum sector to drive growth and ensure energy security. The call was made by NMDPRA Chief Executive Saidu Mohammed after a 3-day inspector tour of petroleum facilities in Rivers State, where he said recent reforms has improved investors' confidence. Mohammed noted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's removal of petroleum subsidy has revitalized the sector, stressing that future investment must come largely from private capital rather than government funding. During a visit to Aradel Holdings PLC, Mohammed praised the company's fully integrated Nigerian-owned operations, including gas supply to Nigerian LNG and 11,000 barrels per day refinery and compressed natural gas distribution. He said Nigeria requires more refineries and gas processing facilities to meet domestic demand and serve regional and international markets, including Africa, Europe, and the United States. Also speaking, Aradel Holdings Managing Director, Mr. Ade Folade, said regulatory support has enabled sustained investment, adding that increased participation would strengthen Nigerians' energy resilience and affordability. Meanwhile, Nigerians' drive to revitalize its oil and gas sector is gaining momentum as Chevron Nigeria Limited recorded its third exploration success since late 2024, signaling renewed investor confidence in the country's petroleum industry. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and Chevron Nigerian Joint Limited Venture completed the Awardee 07 appraiser and exploration well on December 28 in the shallow offshore western Niger Delta. Chevron disclosed that the well reached a total depth of 12,420 feet in under 3 weeks, uncovering about 675 feet of hydrocarbon pay across appraisal and multiple exploration reservoirs. The discovery include 310 feet of appraisal reservoirs consistent with pre-drill expectations and 365 feet across 6 exploration sand, offering strong development potential using existing infrastructure. Chairman and Managing Director of Chevron Nigeria, Jim Swart, said the success reflects the strength of Chevron's exploration program and collaboration with NNPCL under improved regulatory conditions. Industry analysts say the discovery supports the Petroleum Industry Act reforms and aligns with Nigeria's strategy to boost oil output, stabilize foreign exchange earnings, and maximize recovery from mature proceeding assets. Also, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has shifted to processing lighter crude oil to reduce operational disruptions caused by the prolonged downtime of its residual fluid catalytic cracker, according to a report by Kepler. The report said the refinery began prioritizing lighter crude grades from late 2025, enabling it to sustain fuel output despite the 200,000 barrels per day remaining offline. Kepler explained that the lighter crude slate helps maintain feedstock supply to key secondary units, including reforming and hydrocracking facilities, limiting disruptions to gasoline and middle distillate productions. Despite ongoing constraints, the refinery has continued producing gasoline by relying on alternative conversion units and increased import of blending components to support supply. The report estimates crude runs averaged between 280,000 and 300,000 barrels per day in January and are expected to remain capped at about 320,000 barrels per day into February. Kepler warned that refinery stabilizations remain months away, with operational recovery dependent on the successful restart and reliability of the ROFCC, currently scheduled for mid-February. And moving on, the United States recorded a $1.45 billion goods trade surplus with Nigeria in the first 10 months of 2025, reversing a deficit from the previous year. According to the data from the U.S. Census Bureau, the turnover reflects rising U.S. exports to Nigeria and a decline in imports from the country. Between January and October 2025, the U.S. exported $5.94 billion worth of goods to Nigeria while importing $4.49 billion, compared with $1.367 billion deficit in the same period of 2024. Analysts attribute the surplus largely to declining imports from Nigeria rather than a significant increase in the U.S. exports. Year-on-year, exports rose by 80.3%, while imports fell 7.3%, demonstrating a strengthened U.S. trade position. The trade outcomes coincided with the implementation of higher U.S. tariffs on certain Nigerian non-oil goods under the Trump administration's reciprocal tariff regime, effective August 2025. Despite the tariffs, the Nigerian government remains confident. President Bola Tinubu emphasized resilience, citing growing non-oil revenues, while Minister Jumoke Oduwole said the country would focus on export diversification and Africa continental free trade area opportunities. Muda Yusuf described the surplus as an opportunity to expand non-oil export, noting that U.S. visa restrictions remain a more significant barrier to trade and investment than tariffs. In other development, solar power has the first time become cheaper than electricity supplied from Nigeria's national grid, marking a significant shift in the country's energy landscape as power sector challenges persist. Data from the Financial Derivatives Company Limited show that grid electricity tariffs now range between 220 naira and 270 naira per kilowatt hour, more than double previous rates paid by consumers nationwide. While electricity generated from solar and wind sources now costs between 85 naira and 140 naira per kilowatt hour, making renewable energy both more affordable and more reliable than gas-fired power generation. Analysts attribute the price advantage to rising fuel and maintenance costs in gas plants, which spend up to 150 billion naira annually, compared with significantly lower operating expenses for solar installations. The shift comes as Nigeria continues to grapple with power shortages that have constrained economic growth and forced businesses and households to depend heavily on diesel generators. Experts say decentralized renewable energy systems are fast emerging as a practical solution to Nigerian electricity supply crisis, offering predictable pricing, improved reliability, and long-term economic benefits. In a related development, power distribution companies have raised concerns over the federal government directive mandating free prepaid meter for all electricity consumers, questioning the feasibility of the policy and its implementation. The concerns follow a statement by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu. Adelabu announced that prepaid meters procured under the World Bank-funded Distribution Sector Recovery Program would be installed nationwide at no cost to consumer. He issued the directive during an inspection of newly imported smart meters at APM terminals at Papa Lagos, warning that any forms of payment would attract prosecution. However, Disco operators argued that the directive did not reflect consultations with key stakeholders, including installers and meter providers. They noted that meters installation involves costs that must be recovered. According to the operators, Discos are expected to pay for the meters over a 10-year period, raising concerns about cost recovery and tariffs calculations. They warned that unfunded capital expenditure could weaken Disco's financial position. The operators also cautioned that the policy could disrupt the meter asset provider scheme, urging the government and regulator to clarify funding, scope, and implementation to avoid consumer confusion and industry setbacks. Up next, the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service has announced plans to enforce its statutory power of substitution under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025 to recover unpaid tax liabilities from defaulting taxpayers. The disclosure came in a public notice outlining how Section 60 of the NTAA allows the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service to direct third parties holding or owing funds to a taxpayer to remit such amounts to the service in the settlement of outstanding taxes. LIRS said the major targets established and final tax liabilities include personal income tax, capital gain tax, stamp duties, and withholding tax that remains unpaid after the due dates. Under the provision, substitution notices can be served on banks, financial institutions, employers, tenants, customers, debtors, and business partners who owed funds to defaulting taxpayers, compelling them to remit payment directly to LIRS. Affected institutions must comply without delay, report remittance through the LIRS e-tax platform, and provide accounts detailed if required. Non-compliance constitutes an offense under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025. The service emphasized that substitution notices are legal, binding, and part of broader reforms under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, which unifies federal and state tax enforcement and administration across Nigeria. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates from the Business News Hour. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Despite receiving a record 33.27 trillion naira from the Federation Account Allocation Committee in the first 11 months of 2025, Nigerian state government continues to prioritize politically visible projects over critical human development investment, leaving millions of citizens in poverty. The National Bureau of Statistics report that the federal allocations amounted to 6.865 trillion naira. States received 6.713 trillion naira and the local government were allocated 4.905 trillion naira, with a balance of 14.787 trillion naira covering collections costs and special transfers. Delta, Rivers, Lagos, and Akwa Ibom were the top beneficiaries, while Ekiti, Cross River, Gombe, and Ebonyi received the least. Analysis by BusinessDay used Budget's 2025 State of State report shows that states spent an average of only 3,486 naira per person on earth, with most failing to implement their planned budget. Policy experts say deep-seated structural challenges, including weak accountability framework, poor political culture, and corruptions continue to undermine effective public spending. According to analysts, inefficient budget execution and weak oversight by state assemblies, civil society, organizations, and the media have enabled wasteful public spendings to persist across several states. The findings underscore that while resources are available, governance choices rather than funding shortages remain the primary barrier to improving citizens' welfare in Nigeria. And moving on, Nigeria's digital economy faces potential growth constraints due to an increasing shortage of skilled ICT professionals, industrial experts warned, putting the sector's estimated $11 billion annual revenue at risk. While the ICT sector has accelerated, contributing roughly 90% to GDP, the supply of industry-ready talent is lagging behind demand, threatening productivity investment, confidence, and value creation. The federal government aims for a 21% ICT contribution to GDP by 2027 as part of its 1 trillion naira economic agenda. Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, highlighted the issue during a public hearing on the National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill 2025, noting that the sector grew 31.63% year-on-year in the first quarter 2025. Analysts note that while telecom services, digital payment and platform-based businesses expand, the workforce lacks advanced digital skills. Experts attribute the talent gap to coordination failures in education and workforce development rather than a lack of initiatives, urging a coherent national strategy to align digital skills with sector growth. Now, away from that story, Dangote Cement PLC strengthens its workforce with the induction of nearly 200 newly trained engineers and professionals following the completion of its 18-month graduate training program. The recruits spanning engineering, finance, IT, and other disciplines underwent a structured development process combining classroom training at the Dangote Academy with hands-on experience across the company's full cement plant and its corporate headquarters. In a statement, the company said many graduates have already been integrated into operations in Nigeria and other African markets, positioning them for long-term leadership roles within the group. Arvind Pathak, Managing Director and CEO, noted that the induction ceremony celebrated both new recruits and long-serving employees, highlighting their contribution to the company's growth. He described the program as a strategic investment in Nigerians' youth, empowering them with world-class skills and industry exposure. The company also honored staff with long service and Hall of Fame awards, recognizing employees who have served 5 years or more and distributed and demonstrated exceptional leadership and excellent skills. Meanwhile, Nigeria is set to become Africa's second commercial cloves producer as 74,000 farmers prepare to join the country's maiden nationwide cloves farming initiatives ahead of the 2026 wet section. Malam Abdullahi Shuaibu, National Coordinator of Cloves Producer Association, disclosed at the Northwest Farmers Training Workshop at the Ahmed Bello University Zaria that the program will involve 2,000 farmers from each of Nigeria's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Each participant will receive improved clove seeds and essential inputs to cultivate half a hectare. Cloves, a tropical crop suited to various Nigerian climates, are expected to meet both domestic and international demand, particularly from food and pharmaceutical companies. The program is projected to boost foreign exchange earnings and create employment for youth and women. Kaduna State, a major ginger producer, has pledged full support, while financial advisors know that cloves cultivation is more profitable than grains and other vegetable crops, also providing a buffer against market price fluctuations. The initiatives comes as Nigeria agriculture sector continues to recover, with GDP growing 3.98% year-on-year in the third quarter of 2025, while agriculture expanded by 3.79%, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. Also, the National Cashew Association of Nigeria has suspended all forms of revenue collection under its name with immediate effect, pending institutional reforms and harmonization of its governance structure. The decision was taken during the National Cashew Association of Nigerian Annual General Meeting and Stakeholders Forum in Abuja. The association cited growing foreign encroachment across Nigeria's cashew value chain as a threat to local farmers, processors, exporters, and the nation's economic interests. NCAN stressed that policy interventions must balance value addiction, farmer welfare, export competitiveness, and national interests. The National Cashew Association of Nigeria reaffirmed its rejection of an outright ban on raw cashew nuts, pledging instead to engage government authorities to improve seeding, value addition, contract compliance by foreign buyers, and stronger support for farmers. The AGM also resolved to review and amend the National Cashew Association of Nigeria Constitution to ensure only bona fide stakeholders can take office, define tenure limits, and establish a transparent leadership succession framework. All revenue agents nationwide has been directed to cease collection immediately, with defaulters to be reported as acting illegally. State Police Command have been formally notified through the Office of the Inspector General of Police. And to wrap up the business news hour, Unilever Nigerian PLC has recorded a 99% increase in profits after tax, reaching 30.7 billion naira for the financial year ended 31st December 2025. The growth was driven by higher revenue, improved operating efficiency, and increased finance income. The consumer goods company unaudited financials released on the Nigerian Exchange Limited show revenue jumped 44% to 214.7 billion naira, up from 149.5 billion naira in 2024. Cost of sales rose to 125.0 billion naira from 94.4 billion naira due to higher input costs, but gross profit climbed to 89.6 billion naira, supported by stronger sales and improved margins. Finance income grew to 10.3 billion naira, while finance cost fell to 1.2 billion naira, delivering net finance income of 9.1 billion naira. Profit before tax surged to 51.8 billion naira from 22.6 billion naira. Income tax expenses rose to 21.1 billion naira, leaving profit attributable to equity holders at 30.7 billion naira, compared with 15.1 billion naira in 2024. Earnings per share climbed to 5.35 naira from 2.64 naira, while total comprehensive income reached 30.9 billion naira, underscoring Unilever Nigeria's strengthened financial position and operational resilience. With that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us. Stay with Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlights, the show where bold ideas, visionary founders, and innovative businesses take center stage. My name is Glory Brown, and today's conversation, we're going to explore how cultural and experiential brands are driving today's economy. Before I move on, experiential brands are brands that focus on creating memorable experiences for their customer rather than just selling a product or service. And joining us is Stephen Akpoveta, the founder of House of Oni, a founded Silent Disco Africa, and now the largest estate rental company in Nigeria. Stevie, you're welcome to Startup Spotlight.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here.
Like you said, all this introduction from me. Yes.
We thank God.
Can you take us back to the start? Tell us a little bit about what House of Honey is all about and how this idea came.
So when you say start, do you mean when I started House of Honey or do you mean when I started doing events?
Okay. For me, I'm really not too familiar with House of Honey. And
okay.
So educate me and also the public about what House of Honey is and what the Silent Business of Africa is all about.
So I like to think of House of Honey as a merger of 3 different experiences. So the Nigerian experience, the American and the European, because and let me start from when I was in Nigeria. So first, I've been doing events for a while. So I've been doing events since 2000. And I came back, or I don't say I came back like an IDGB, but
I could come back.
I moved back in 2014 and I did a couple of things. I started doing House of Honey in 2017. A friend of mine came into town and she was like, oh, how come you're not doing events? We're doing this in States because I won an award like Event Plan of the Year at the Nigerian Entertainment Awards. And she was like, how come you're not doing events again? And I was like, you know what? I haven't found that thing that I want to do that speaks to me like this is it. And as God will have it, 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, I just happened to go to a summit in the school. It was put on by another company. And I was like, oh my God, this is it. So
So at that point, you got the green lights, like, this is something I want to do.
Yeah. Something to say at that point, I think I saw their ad online. And for some reason, I just got excited. And I never get excited about anything. You can ask me, I'm very, very mellow. So I'm like, oh my God, like, this is very interesting. I want to go. And I bought some tickets for like me and about 5 or 6 friends. And only 2 of us went. And the thing was, I had the experience and I was like, oh my God, that's when the green light came. I was like, this is it. Like, I really want to do this. And I spoke to the guys that were having the event. I was like, I would like to do this. Like, how can I go about it? What are the processes? And I remember they laughed at me and said, oh, we hear this a lot and everything. And I was like, I was going to do it. Then fast forward a couple months forward, Easter, I just called them a week before and I was like, I want to do my event next week. And they're like, it's too soon. And I was like, if I don't start now, I'll start. And that's how House of Honey started.
That's good.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the early days. Were there challenges, the challenges you faced during your early days, and how did you overcome them?
So I think the early days were the best days because I had the most fun.
Wow.
Yeah, it was more fun then. The reason why I say it was more fun then, it was, it's always, and I think for every entrepreneur, like people that are building brands, it's always interesting when you're starting something new. That's always like, you're trying to make that new experience stick. Because everybody was like, oh, you're trying to sign in the space, it's never going to work. Then Nigerians like loud music. We have to go to the club and feel that loud music where we can't talk. And I was like, and I think that even gave me more motivation, more fire to say that I've been doing events for a while. And if I like this, I'm sure a lot of people will be like me and they'll actually like it. And that was why I was like, you know what, I'm going to do whether they like it or not. So,
How was the first try?
First try.
How did you convince them to like, let's try this?
I had about 120 people show up.
Wow, the first try.
First try.
That was massive.
No, 40 people paid, and I paid for the rest.
Oh my God.
So 40 people paid, and I paid for the rest. But for me, it was one of those things where it was a proof of concept. Like, will people like it? Will people enjoy it? And what now happened is, so House of Honey was built mainly on referrals and word of mouth. Wow. So the first time they came in, and they enjoyed it. And I got their details, and from there, it just started growing, and we're here now. So the early days were the most fun because I had more interactions with my customers. I knew most of them by names. They would look forward to come for the events, and it was a situation where if some of them did not come, I would say, oh, I've not seen you in a while. Call them, are you okay? What's going on? And stuff like that. Now it's a lot bigger, so I don't know most of my customers like I used to. And a lot of them don't really know who I am, which is also interesting and intentional. But it's the early days were the best days because it was more fun. Things were easier then, less responsibilities. So it was more fun then.
Okay, let's talk about your experience when
Yeah.
you were staying abroad. You know, at the point you came back to Nigeria and then you started doing this.
Yeah.
Was there experiences that you took back that actually helped in your business back in Nigeria?
Okay, so yes, so I think every experience helps out with what you're doing as a whole. I was the first person to bring Star Plus, Sonny Neji, Samuel Posa, and them to the US for Houston because I was doing events in Houston. And I think one of the things I learned the most that has kept me going is consistency. You have to be consistent in whatever you're doing. A lot of people start and it doesn't work the way they think it's going to work and they stop doing it. But I think what I got from the States that has helped me to now is just consistency, thinking consistency, structure, and just genuinely liking what you do and adding a little bit of customer service to it.
You know, Nigerians, I won't say we are very hard to please, but getting you to please Nigerians when it comes to things like this are very difficult sometimes.
Sure.
You don't know what they will like, you don't know what they would like. So how do you balance, how do you know what the audience wants when it comes to the music, the memories, the experiment, when it comes to you setting up events for people?
Feedback. So the easiest question or answer to that is feedback. So and most of my customers the ones that know me can tell you that I'm always asking for feedback. I'm always like, oh, what did you like? What did you not like? What would you like to see? And stuff like that. And I think a lot of people messed up, but feedback is really key. And it's not just feedback, it's also being able to sort through the fluff in the sense that somebody giving you feedback might not be a genuine feedback. So you need to be able to take that feedback and say, okay, I can do this, but I can't do this. I can do this, but I can't do this. And you now figure out where you're going with that. So I would say feedback is the most important aspect of that.
Oh, that's true. Can you walk us through the approach that you use in scaling your brand that is not or was not familiar to the audience in Nigeria?
I don't want to give out my trade secrets.
Can you give us a little bit of it?
So I studied marketing and supply chain logistics.
Oh.
So for me, it's thinking about things big picture wise, the logistics of everything. And I'll just leave it at that. It's thinking big picture and logistics and understanding certain aspects of the market. So that's what I was saying.
Let's talk about funding.
Okay.
Some startups at the start, they struggle with capital on how to start.
Yeah.
How were you able to get this fund?
Startup is very, very interesting. I thank God for family.
Oh my God.
So startup was friends and family. And again, the other guys, like I said, Selling This with Lagos, they were the ones that started doing the events before me. They were very helpful in the sense that when I first started, they were working with me when I was doing the rentals from them. And I think they also liked my consistency. So they would give me headsets and I'll pay as you go and stuff like that. Then at the point where it was time to start buying mine, I had to do the simple thing that all entrepreneurs do is you go and beg your family members and say, I have come again or support me and everything. And, you know, I'm thankful that I had awesome friends and awesome family members that are very supportive. And that's how I started. So it took me a while to pay them back. Some of them used to look at me with side eye, but I would definitely give it to them as friends and family.
At any point, was there any financial risk that you took that eventually paid off?
I would say starting the business was in itself a financial risk because I know I took a loan of about $20,000 from my sister and also from other family members as well. And it was one of those things that you're just like, okay, this is going to make or break me because I need to be able to make enough money coming in so I can pay back or service the loan because you don't want to lose that trust with the family member in case you want to do other things. So it was one of those things where it's like you have that gut feeling and you're like, you know what, I need to take this next step and go from there. So, but with every business, it's always a financial risk because I tell people that I'm thankful and I thank God I'm lucky that the business is working while still expanding. But at the same time, I know I've seen other companies that have started with more money than me or less money and they didn't start. So everything is always a financial risk. You just have to just keep pushing consistency and just say, be Nigerian and say, God, I beg you.
Help me.
Yeah. But it's always a financial risk. It's just because you never know how it's going to turn out.
Yeah.
You might just take that risk, take that money, buy all these headsets, and the next thing you know, people stop coming, which happened.
Let's talk about what you just said now.
Yeah.
Was there at any point that you had a little bit of doubt in your mind that, do you think this will work? That you feel, are you sure this is going to work? Was there any point you had doubt, you had fear? If yes, how did you overcome them?
So yes, I did. It was after I took the 20K loan from my sister, and we bought the headsets and we were pushing events, and it was a December period, or that's a December period. And I think for the first 2 or 3 weeks, or November into December, people were not actually coming. And I remember looking at myself and saying that, God, is this it? Is this why we're here? Like, and stuff like that. But it was all those things where I know me and my staff members then were talking about it, and they're like, you know what, let's just keep pushing. And it was all those things where at that point it was like, God. But, you know, like I said, it's just, anybody talk to its events, it's or entrepreneurship, it's always about consistency. It was just like, you know what, it's happened. How do we move from here? And that's where you now start re-strategizing for the future and say, okay, what did we do wrong? It's almost like project management where you have like a closer report. So it's one of the things I'm always talking to my staff about, that, okay, it's not just about doing an event. It's like after you're done with the event, do you go back and review what you did and everything? Because I keep telling them that we need to treat every event like it's our first event. And the reason for that is if you don't do it that way and you get comfortable or you feel like, oh, it's how so many people always come, that's the moment people stop coming, because it means you don't like it as much. It means you're not giving as much as you used to. So at that point, things feel like they're going. So my policy in my head is I treat every event like it's my first event. So it means if people are not coming and people are not paying, I'm like, why, what's going on? What can we do to make them come? Just like to my first event, because you never want to lose that edge.
Tell me about your style.
Yeah.
How do you keep them motivated? Because, you know, staffs are like the backbones of any company. We can't do everything ourselves. We need staffs. How do you keep them motivated?
That's a very interesting question. So I'm blessed to have awesome staff. I think you have to find a thin line between your personal relationship and the work relationship. It took me a while to figure that out. I'm at that point where nowadays I feel like it's more of a football team, where you're looking at everybody, and I've been telling them this recently, and they're looking at me with like, oh, Gaston again. But I'm like, you know what?
Why do you use the football team as an example?
Because the thing I first started off as we're a family, and that worked when we're a small company, where it was only 1 or 2 events and everything. But we started from just doing one silent disco in Lagos to now doing 2 in Lagos, 2 in Abuja, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Enugu. We're doing the old school party. We're doing karaoke events like every week. So we've grown from that point of just 1 event to having at least 20, 30 events a month. So you can't have that principle of family. Yes, I like my staff. Yes, on an individual level, I like them. We have good relationships. But when it comes to business, where the team relation comes in, you're like the football team or soccer team. Everybody wants to win the trophy. Using Man City, for example, everybody wants to win like Man City. And if you're looking at the coach, if players are not performing, he either benches them or he trades them out. And same thing where if the staff don't like the team or they don't feel like they're going to be at the team, they are able to trade out and go somewhere else. So if you treat it like a football team, it's a situation where you want all your best players playing at the same time or playing every time so that you're winning and you're scoring goals, so that way you can keep progressing. The same to the business. So I'm at that point where it's now a situation of, from a business perspective, if you're not happy and you don't feel like this is for you, that's fine. We can agree to go our separate ways. but I need you to perform because, again, we're trying to win trophies, make money. In this situation, make money. So if you're not delivering, then we'll now have to review and say, okay, is it time to bench this person? Then have a conversation or have a pep talk. Okay, what's the issue? What's going on? Or is it time for us to go our separate ways because you're not delivering? It doesn't mean I don't like you as an individual person. It just means how are we performing as a whole and go from there.
Yeah, because if the staffs are not performing well, how will your clients or your customers be able to be satisfied with what we're doing? Talking about your customers, as a founder and you've been in this business for a very long time, how do you know what your customers want? Like, how do you know what they really want? Like, are they coming for the novelty? Are they coming for cultural connection or the overall experience? I know you said feedback.
Yeah.
But still, how, like, you know what I'm saying, right?
So I think so there's I think everybody comes to selling disco for different reasons. You have those that come for the novelty of it and they come first and like, oh, selling disco, I've experienced it, and they move on. You have some that outgrow it, and you have some that genuinely enjoy it.
Yeah.
I have a customer, I'll use Mr. Yemi as an example. Mr. Yemi loves dancing, and he loves the fact that he can be in his own world, enjoying his music and dancing with wherever he is. So he's someone that has come for multiple events consistently, and that's Mr. Yemi. I still have other people that are like, you know what, I need to detach from all the noise and everything, and they'll come once like every 2 or 3 months. And I've had customers that are like, only I came, I enjoyed it, but it's not really for me. So you have to understand that not every customer is for you. You have to understand that you're not going to get everybody. It's just a matter of making sure that the ones that actually enjoy it and they like it, you keep making it as interesting and as enjoyable for them every time they keep coming.
Keeping up with the trends it can be something very difficult.
Yeah.
How do you keep up with trends, new trends coming up? How do you keep up to make your business or your brand relevant?
Okay. So for that, I would say thank you to my staff for that because I can't keep up with the trends. So if you go on my page, you press some trend videos, some of them where they're even making fun of me and everything. So I give that to my staff and I thank them for that because I make fun of them and say that, how are you guys doing digital marketing and you don't have trends and you're not keeping up with trends? But if you're asking me as an individual, how do I keep up with trends? I'll start laughing because I'm hardly on social media. And so it's hard for me to even keep up with trends. So for that trend part, or for that question, I'll give it up to myself because they are actually the ones that keep up with the trends. They're the ones that do the videos. All I do is they just want to say, we need money for this. And I look at them like, why? You're here again. But for the trend stuff, I give it to them. They're the ones that actually handle all of that. So that's how, for me, I look at trends in the aspect of from a business perspective. But when you're looking at trends, social media and stuff like that, I have to give it to my team. They're the ones that take care of that.
What qualities would you say are the best for like young entrepreneurs who are looking forward to dive into this kind of businesses? What kind of qualities do you think as a founder, like based on your experience, that they can adapt to?
So that's a very interesting question. So the thing is, it's different for everybody, right? I can't tell young entrepreneurs to get into it and do it. The reason why is because everybody has something that works for them. A lot of Nigerians tend to want to do things because they see somebody doing it and they feel like there's money in it. So sometimes a few might come for my events and they'll see 300 or 400 people there and they're like, it's how, the Nigeria thing, they start calculating that this is cashing out and everything. But a lot of people might not realize, like I told you, you asked me a question about my first event. And I told you that it was about 120 people and only about 40 people actually pay for the event. I pay for the remaining. So there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that a lot of people are not privy to. There are a lot of discounts, there are a lot of freebies that go on. So they might come and see 400 people and think like, oh my God, this is a great business. I bring all these people, all of this and everything. So my advice is do something you actually enjoy doing, so that even when it becomes hard, you're still happy to wake up every morning, do it. And even if you're broke, you don't have money in your mind, you're like, I'm enjoying it. Because the thing is, this is, if you're doing any business, by the time you get to that point where you're not making money, money's not coming in, you start getting discouraged. And if you don't like what you're doing enough, it's hard for you to continually or consistently do it to actually make money from it. So my advice is, it's not necessarily about entering selling the disco, but it'd be more like, you know what, if you're going to do something, I advise you do something you actually genuinely like doing, and something that would just make you happy. Because if you're not happy, you can't do it. And that's when we can consistently keep doing it, just to go make, it takes you from that, I'm doing my hobby, I'm doing what I like doing, for it to now become a business. I'm making money from it. So you need that joy and that consistency to keep going.
If you were to go back in time, would there be anything you would have done differently?
Save more money, I bought more headsets. But yeah, there are a lot of things I'd have done differently. And I think, honestly, there are lots. There's no, how do I say so? I don't regret my experiences. I think I could have handled a lot of things differently in hindsight. But again, I needed to have gone through those experiences to be where I am now. So I could have said, I wish I started selling disco earlier. But again, there are some things where there's something about innovation, right? I don't think, when it comes to innovation, I don't think any innovation is wrong. I just think it's a time for the innovation. So somebody, before the selling disco guy, somebody else tried it and it was not successful. Then they did and I did it and it now became successful. So I don't think there's that. I don't think there's any bad idea. I just think it's when you actually decide to do the idea. And whether there's for lack of a better term, supply and demand, going back to economics, is the time you're not providing that supply, is there a demand for it? If you decide to put the supply for something, there's no demand, then obviously there's just supply and nobody's interested. But if you come in at that time when there's a nice equilibrium, then you're good to go.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So finally, the last question.
Sure.
What's your future plan for House of Oni? And also, how do you intend the silent disco party or House of Oni to keep the Nigerian culture and the experiential brand going?
So let me answer this. I'll separate the questions into two. What's the future for House of Oni? I think the goal for me, or for the future for House of Oni, is to do events pan-Nigeria. So we're currently in Lagos, we're currently in Abuja, we're currently in Enugu and Port Harcourt. So we're trying to go into other cities as well. So we're trying to go into Ibadan, we're trying to go into a couple of other cities. So we're working on it. We're trying to do a lot more events that relate to different people, because silent disco appeals to a certain group of people. But like I said earlier, people tend to grow out of all those experiences. So the goal for me is to have something that appeals to everybody at the different points in times in their life. So, for example, the R&B party appeals to the millennials that might not want to come for silent disco anymore. Karaoke appeals to the workers that are just leaving work and they need like a happy hour place to go and just have fun with their friends and stuff like that. So it's to go pan-Nigeria and pan-Africa and just create experiences for that. For the second question about what was the second question?
So the second question is, how does House of Oni intend to keep the experiential economy and the brand ongoing?
Honestly with you, the plan for that is to just keep, and it goes back to my first answer, is just keep innovating and just trying to figure out what is it that people are actually looking for. I believe my market is more focused, and I know my market. So my market is more the 22 to 45-year-olds that have their businesses or are working and everything. So it's more a situation of, as I get feedback from them on certain things they want to see or they want to do, it's finding that balance between listening to your customers and now actually delivering on what they're looking for. So it's a give and take. So how do we intend to do it, so keep being innovative, is to keep trying to find those little things that people really want or people are really looking for, and I'll provide it for them. So that way they are happy and they keep coming back.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you
having
so
me.
much for your insight and also
you.
for sharing your journey of houseophoning.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That wraps up today's Startup Spotlight. Big thanks to Stephen Apoveta, founder of Houseophonie and Silent Disco Africa, for sharing his amazing journey. I'm your host, Lori Brown. If you love this episode, subscribe, like, comment, and share to keep the inspiration flowing. See you next time for more stories of startup shaping today's economy.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
The demolition exercise being carried out in the Makoko community has left many residents displaced, distressed, and uncertain about their future, while they struggle with daily activities amid the rubble. The exercise has sparked widespread concern over its humanitarian impact on vulnerable residents. The Lagos state government says the demolition was carried out primarily on safety grounds, citing the dangers posed by illegal structures erected dangerously close to high-tension power lines. Paddling through the narrow waterways of Makoko, the sight is both unsettling and heartbreaking. The lagoon, discolored and littered with debris, reflects the grim reality now confronting many residents whose homes and livelihoods have been destroyed.
They're shooting gun this guy because it's that some people is dying. So children above 18, 20, women too is dying. They say that they will collect 100 meter. They will collect 200 meter from that way. See this banner here. From there to there. So that they will collect everything.
Government, please help us. We don't have anywhere to go. Please help us. We don't have anywhere to go.
Before Christmas, people in the Makoko community were living their normal, peaceful life until the Lagos state government, although gave them a notice beforehand that they were going to come and, demolish 20 meters from the power line here in the Makoko community. But on the said day, they demolished up to 50 meters and still went beyond 100 meters. And the people of the community say it is still subject to continue because right now they do not know their fate if the Lagos state government plans on demolishing every area here in the Egun community in Makoko, the riverine area. Now, the damage that has been done in this place has been enormous as the tear gas used in dispersing the residents of this community away from this riverine area so the demolition can go on had to make them make use of tear gas. The tear gas in turn caused a lot of damage as it killed lots of infants and a whole lot of people also lost their lives. You can see the damage done here in the community. It's been enormous. Now, the problem is, where will the people go from here? All the way from Makoko community where the Egun people are inhabited. In Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Across the community, faces marked by despair tell stories of shattered hopes and disrupted lives. Children, some barely old enough to understand the situation, have taken on adult responsibilities, manning canoes and ferrying people
and also salvaging belongings to safer areas. Naked toddlers sit helplessly staring at the wreckage that now defines their world. Middle-aged women continue to paddle their canoes, selling food in the midst of the chaos, struggling to earn a living and provide meals for their families, despite the uncertainty hanging over them.
So right now, we are in Makoko community. And so I'm one of the students in Makoko community. So due to the condition of everything that I've heard, so they say local government say they'll be taking 30 meters out of our distant community. So now they have gone a lot of places. So we can't even actually say it. But a lot of things has been happening whereby they have been shooting tear gas, killing of young peoples. Like even though our young brothers and sisters and our adults too, they have been dying. So we don't have any choice to do. So we don't actually have some what we can actually do. So the only thing I have to say is we need your help, your support, so that we can't be like we have been here since over years ago, and we have a lot of friends, a lot of people. So if we guys take us from here now, we don't know where we can go to, and we don't have anything, any plan to go.
Some school children and adult residents say the demolition process was traumatic. They alleged that excessive use of tear gas to disperse resistance at the scene led to injuries and, in some cases, fatalities, claims which authorities are yet to officially confirm. In response, the Lagos State government maintains that the exercise was not targeted at any particular group, but purely a safety-driven intervention. Officials say repeated warnings had been issued about the dangers of living and operating businesses close to high-tension electricity cables. Meanwhile, residents of the community, many of whom are said to be migrants from the Benin Republic, insist Makoko is their home. Several displaced persons say they identify as Nigerians and that they have no intention of returning to their country of origin, calling on the government to provide alternative accommodation, relief materials, and a humane resettlement plan. As the demolition continues, calls are growing from civil society groups and human rights advocates for the state government to balance safety concerns with compassion, ensuring that displaced residents, especially women and children, are not left stranded without shelter, food, or protection.
I'm no longer going anywhere because of what is going on. I'm a teacher. I also do some small business, but because of a vision, I couldn't do. My house has been demolished. My shop has been demolished. Even the schools where I used to teach, some of them has also been demolished.
In a new development, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who addressed journalists on Monday at Government House Ikeja, insists that the action was necessary to prevent possible electrocution, fire outbreaks, and other life-threatening hazards.
Of what interest will it be for government to want to unduly demolish anybody? What interest? If it is not for the overall safety of these citizens that we're talking about. A lot of these people have built the shanties. I'm not talking about, poor and vulnerable people.
The governor, however, says his administration will look into the plight of the affected residents. Destiny Mama, Business Day Television News.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
For the modern Nigerian economy. This era, the early opening up phase of the economy, heralded commercialization, liberalization, and privatization policy reforms.
See, NESG's, should I say the philosophy or the
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and on this episode we have someone that's exciting, that is interesting, and she's doing something that not too many people are really looking into now. It's something that has spread across the globe, but in Nigeria is still slowly moving into it. But she has gone in there and she's taking absolute control. You do not want to miss it. Just keep your eyes glued, keep your ears glued, and let's go there. Hello, Chinwe Udo Davis, Mrs.
Yes, well.
So it's nice to be here and to have this conversation with you. So we'll just jump straight into it.
Okay.
So we'd like to know, you've moved from HR leadership roles in companies like Schneider Electric, Green Elect to founding installer. How did your upbringing and early career shape the leader you are today?
Well, let me start by thanking you. Thank you for having me on the show. Very exciting, and thank you for showing an interest in the work I do. Okay, so how did my upbringing shape me and how I found myself? That's quite an interesting question, and sometimes I actually also reflect because I've sort of switched. Like, how did I stumble upon upon the work I do today. Someone asked me, what's a nice lady like you do with solar installation?
Nice lady.
What's a nice lady like you do? Why are you interested in solar and solar installation? So I think, yes, upbringing has a lot to do. So I was born and raised in the Niger Delta. Right? A lot of energy poverty, a lot of youth unemployment, a lot of youth agitation, right? Growing up, all forms of poverty, financial poverty, energy poverty. I was raised by a single mom. My mom and her sisters, they're like my first community. So I think it's always struck something, right? Because I've just seen women and young people struggle for some level of empowerment in one way or the other. My mom herself was a self-taught woman, a woman who self-empowered and ensured that her children will have an education. And it's based off that education I've had that I do what I do today. So I think really it's it's seeing all of these things growing up that is sparking a drive somewhere in me.
So how has this affected your role shaped your role as a leader?
Yeah. So I think it's shaped me because I want to do something about it. I want to contribute. I want to, not just also see it and not contribute in solving the problem. So this is why at Installer we do the Install Her initiative. It's really empowering young girls, showing young women how to earn in the green economy. So how can you take yourself out of energy poverty, out of financial poverty? So I would say yes. So that's why I do some of the things I do today, and that's why I'm the type of leader. I work, my entire staff are young people. I work with a lot of Gen Z people, and I think it also stems from me wanting, to, when I say also pay forward, teach other people, empower in a little way as well. So it's shaped me to be that leader that also want to pull other people up as well.
So what's one small, maybe overlooked habit or trait that says a lot about how you run teams and companies?
Maybe resilience.
Resilience.
Yeah. I think I'm a very resilient person. I think I'm very resilient. And that shows in every single thing I do. I don't give up. I'm someone that never gives up. So once I want to do something, I will achieve it. That one, you can take it to the bank. Now this project, we're gonna, bring it to life. And I mean, when I started Install, I was very difficult as well. But the power of resilience, the way I manage my team, sometimes it's also difficult, building this. But yeah, we keep going. So I think resilience has been the one thing that has kept me going, not giving up. Yeah.
With Installer now training hundreds of solar technicians and driving gender inclusion through Install Her, do you feel you are at a defining crossroads in your career or just at the beginning of something bigger?
We're just starting a BDK. Yes, I mean, when you look at what we've done in two, and we're not 3 years exactly yet, it looks like we've done a lot. But the truth is, we're actually just starting. And when I tell my team, they look at me like, "Oh, this woman, you're crazy! Like, all this work we'll be doing." I know. I say no. We're just starting.
It's almost like that when they say the reward of hard work is
more work. Absolutely, that's so true. We're just starting, so we're not at it. We haven't even scratched the surface of what we want to do and the potential of what we're building and the impact that we want to have. I would say the last 2 years, we've just been setting the stage, understanding the processes and everything. So now the model has been proven. The concept is there. We know that we've built something that people want. So we're just starting. We're just getting started.
So while you're starting, or since you say you're getting started, when you launched Installer, solar adoption was growing, but the workforce gap was widening. Can you take us to a moment when it felt like the whole idea might not work, and what pulled you through?
I think everyone thought I was crazy. I was a lone voice. It felt like the lone voice in the wilderness talking about people and jobs. Because you see, in the solar sector and the clean energy sector as well, there's a lot of investment we see coming in from the global north. I mean, this year alone, I think over almost, I stand to be corrected with the numbers, but I know about $500 billion have been invested this year alone in clean energy globally. And a chunk of that is coming to, a large chunk of that comes to Africa because over 600 million people on the continent is still without electricity. So we see a lot of investment going into the technology. We see a lot of investment going into financing, giving people loan to buy the technology. So when I started talking about the workforce, preparing the workforce, because the question I kept asking, who will climb the roof?
Who will climb the roof?
So the equipment would not install themselves, right?
No, they won't.
And as a continent, we didn't even prepare for the future, which is now upon us. Educational, the institutions are not graduating solar. I don't know of any institution that teach, maybe one or two just started. They haven't even graduated. We don't have very formal technical institutes training solar, maybe just a handful. So the closest we had are technicians parading themselves as solar installers. They have the basic competence, but that's not all that is required. So when I started talking about green jobs, the people, and how the power of the sun can create employment on the African continent, people kept looking like, what's she talking about? Tell us about buying solar battery. Tell us about the battery, the panel, the money. So now we're beginning to see reports coming, from World Bank, from IRENA, from ILO. Everyone is now seeing that, actually, so there are reports talking about green jobs, how green jobs can create over 5 million jobs on the continent by 2030, empowering women. So now people are understanding, that's what she was talking about 3 years ago. So I've always known it will work. I was just waiting for people to get to where. So it was like I'd seen the future ahead, right? Because I've lived this thing. I've lived this experience. I've worked in 2 solar multinationals and I saw the gap. It didn't make sense how solar companies assessed workforce. And I knew that we didn't have the people. So it was just a matter of time. So what pulled me through was time. I knew that in a matter of time, people will all come to my side. Yeah, I was standing alone on that field, but I knew
that people come and meet you.
People will come and meet me there. I just knew. So that was what kept me going.
You've worked inside big corporations and now run a lean, fast-moving startup.
Yeah.
What belief from your corporate career do you have to let go of to succeed as a founder?
So I think comfort. Comfort, right? I mean, I was a C-level. I was already at C-level. This is even far back as 50 years ago, I was already in C-level, right? Had every comfort working in a corporate multinational can give to you. So I had to let that go. But you know what, OBDK, if you had actually asked me 5 years ago if I was going to be an entrepreneur, I would have told you no. Yeah, in fact, if you had even asked me 4 years ago, I'll probably tell you no. Because I always thought I would retire, in some global position, in some high C-level position, retire maybe to the south of France or something. I never knew that something else was waiting, on the other side. for me, but really I enjoy the work I do. It's so I had to let go of comfort to do this. When we started, I was bootstrapping, so it meant I was using my savings to start this, to pay salaries. Even my husband thought I was crazy. He was like, "This so she doesn't be village people they do," you know, because especially in a country like Nigeria, where founders don't even get a lot of support.
True.
Right? And it felt like, why would you now use the money you've saved to come and come into this uncertain industry? You're also talking about something new.
Mhm.
It's not like there's a ready market. You have to create the market as well. So letting go of comfort was something I had to do, but that was going to work 100%. I was sure it was going to work.
Okay. Was there a point in this journey, fundraising, partnerships, or scaling, when you thought about giving up? What made you stay the course?
Yeah, very. I was tempted a couple of times. So at the beginning, we even needed to prove the model.
Okay, you had to prove the model.
We needed to prove the model because we were introducing an entirely new model to it, even an up and coming sector as well, right? Getting both the solar companies and the workforce to even see that a gig model can work in Nigeria in solar. It had never been done. In fact, I don't even think it's been done anywhere else. So gig models have worked in other sectors, but not necessarily in solar, and for something as technical as solar installation. So we needed to prove the model. We needed to convince both installers and companies that it would work. We needed to even design that process that would make it work. So the entire process of how the platform, when we assembled our tech team, explaining to them what we even needed them to build, right? We needed to design all of that. We needed to think about it. How will it work? How would you make a solar company in Lagos feel comforted to give out their installation in a Sokoto to you and they are not there on site? How would you make that work, right? Yeah. So a couple of times it was difficult. A couple of times even articulating that journey. So we had to even, redesign the process a couple of times, because you redesign, you go to the field, you see a gap, you go back again, we did all of that. So a couple of times we thought about giving up, but what kept us going was the impact we started making even from day one. So even from the moment we were piloting, even from pilot phase, we were already beginning to identify rural installers in rural Nigeria who otherwise no one would have even known they were there. Right? Yeah. How would a solar company based in Lagos know that there's a solar installer in Boko Haram, near Sambisa Forest? That there's a guy that actually knows how to do solar installation other than our platform. So because at the same time as we're building, we're beginning to even recruit installers to even know that, okay, where are the qualified installers in Nigeria? Where are they? Let's put them on a map. Okay. So even that process, they were even excited to be found, right? They were even, we were already getting the feedback about, how they are getting visibility on our platform and they're able to earn. So that kept us going. I think even by this time we had grown the database to maybe about 700, and we did a survey feedback. Just hearing the excitement, we're like, okay, we cannot disappoint these people. We have to keep going. We have to keep going. That rural farmer who, because our installers, someone we have identified is in her community and is able to easily take a solar installation to her. That rural pharmacy in one rural place that we had installed a freezer so their vaccine can be kept safe. That woman that sells a cold drink or a fish seller, those were the kind
Those
of
are the
impacts
impacts,
we're
yeah.
beginning to see. Because the truth is, most of the solar companies are based in the cities.
Yes.
Even when they make an effort to go the first time to a rural Nigeria to do an installation, they would not go a second time to maintain those systems because it's not profitable for them. It doesn't make sense. So this is the strength of the network we're creating, because it means the solar installer can, on our platform, reach out to the the solar company on our platform will reach the solar installer, who can then help them take their solution to the person that needs it in the community. And I think it just solves a lot of problems, both for the companies, we're creating jobs for the installers, and clean energy is actually taken to the people that actually need it, and is maintained and is sustained, at the same time. It's just an amazing model.
So you've often described installer as Uberizing the solar workforce.
Yep.
What key strategy helped you prove this model could work in Africa's toughest economic climate?
Yep. I think, this is exactly what we're doing. A key strategy for us is the vetting, the way we vet the installers. So it's like an Uber, right? The driver. So you go on you book a ride on your Uber app, and a driver shows up. You know that Uber has vetted his driver. They vetted his vehicle. That's why you'll be comfortable to go into the car. And because you know there's a strength of a technology, if you lose something in that car, if you forgot your phone or something, chances are you get it back, because the driver knows he can be traced. There is evidence. This is exactly what we're building, what we have built at Installer. So the way we vet our technicians is very important, because this is how we're guaranteeing the level of work, the quality of work that will be done. And the fact that we've also built this platform, that's our own Uber platform, right, where we're connecting solar company and solar installers, and companies can remotely monitor their projects on our platform. So the key strategy there, even though I shouldn't give away too much.
You don't have to give away too much.
The key strategy there is in the vetting. Ensuring that the people who come through, in fact, within the team, we joke sometimes to say, this is like passing through the needle eye. The only thing we don't ask them is for their DNA and their blood samples, because we do proper due diligence on them.
It's very important.
Yeah, and also it helps us identify their skill gap. So we also know how to cover those gaps. What type of trainings do they need as well? Yeah.
As a founder, there are always tough choices about what to delay or decline. What's one no you've been postponing, and why?
Okay, so I think in the last, from the moment we started acquiring customers, solar companies, and they tested the model and saw how it made their life easy, how we were able to help them save costs, cut out their project execution cost by at least 30 to 40%. We started getting the request to come outside of Nigeria.
Other African countries?
Yes.
Wow.
Because don't forget, so most of the solar companies we work for have here in Nigeria, have presence in maybe 12, 13, 15 other African countries. We'll be asked to come to the DRC, we'll be asked to come to Togo, we'll be asked to go to Senegal. They are all saying, why don't you come? It's just a platform. Everybody started asking, and we kept pushing that off.
Okay.
But now we are actually beginning to work on that. Okay. So that was the one no. It was like, okay, we're just starting. We will calm down. Can we first do Nigeria and even understand, So that was the one no. We came even my team, boss, we can do this thing. Let's just recruit some installers. We can do this. I'm like, no, it's not exactly like that. So that was the one. No, but now that, especially now that we now have backing of international investors who are not only supporting us with money, but with network, increasing our competence, where we think we're now at that point where we can do that. So we're actually now beginning to work on our East African expansion.
East Africa.
Yeah.
So you've trained over 700 solar technicians and completed more than 2,000 projects.
Yeah.
When the numbers or resources look tight, how do you balance optimism with the realism to keep your team motivated?
So I think right now there's no going back for us. There is no going back because, like I said before, we see the impact. So really, we're not really profitable, right? Because not yet, right? Because we take an agency fee between what the installers earn and and because when we needed to start, at the point we needed to start, we really had to come in at a very low price margin because you're convincing people to try something. You cannot come with a high margin, right? So it's not like it's about money. It's not about the money, because if it's the money, we probably would have packed up and gone since. But it's the impact of our model, the jobs we're creating, the people that otherwise don't, because the truth is there are no jobs, right? But in our model where so basically what we're saying is a pool of solar companies can pay the salary of thousands of technicians at the same time. So it's like a contributory. So that way each solar company is paying less because they only pay for the time they use. So the number of jobs we create on our platform, I think when things get hard and we see that, it excites us. That rural woman who we have empowered through our Install Her. So our Install Her initiative is another very exciting thing, because there we train and we connect them to job placement immediately. We reach out to the ecosystem and say, okay, we've trained this girl for 3 weeks, absorb her for 1 year. So that's the model, is train and job placement. And we, in fact, even on Independence Day, I was at a solar company where they were having an event and I was a guest speaker. And I saw this girl, I was looking, I was like, I know you. Where do I know you from? And she said, oh, mine is from Install Her Cohort 1. So this was our Cohort 1 we had done over 12 months ago. So the solar company we had placed her with to do a job placement, she had finished her job placement and they have retained her as, a full-time employee. And so those type of things are the things that keep us going. When we analyze our data of the type of, when we analyze the type of people we've even also taken solutions to, like I said before, fish sellers, rural farmers, cold drinks, people that, their everyday needs come from that business that they are doing with that solar equipment. Even the CO2 emissions we're taking out of the environment. That's another big part, because typically a solar company will move their workforce from one place to another. But now we're taking that out, right? That also excites us. Another thing that excites us is for the rural technicians, because you see, everyone is migrating to the city for job, because they feel is when they come to the city they will get a job. But on our platform, what we're saying is stay in your community. Work will find you there. I think that's quite powerful. And those are the type of things that, keep us going when it gets hard. Where we were like, we cannot, my team will say, we cannot disappoint these people. A lot of people now depend on us, on the thing, on what we're building. So that's really, 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 really gets us going, and it's very exciting. Yeah.
So if you knew you couldn't fail, what's the boldest move you make for Africa's clean energy future? If you knew you couldn't fail, if you knew you had everything that you needed to execute and achieve, what's the boldest move you make?
I think this is the boldest move.
You don't feel there's any other thing that you've not started yet? Okay, you started talking about expanding to Africa, so that one is...
I think Uberizing the solar workforce is the boldest move, because what we're doing as well is we're building the largest database of clean workforce across Africa. So, and you know, I keep saying clean, not solar, because, you know, within clean is more than solar.
Yes.
So we've started on the solar side. There is more that we're going to do as well within clean, just ensuring that, you know, the planet is, you know, is sustainable. We're creating sustainable jobs. We're contributing to a more sustainable environment. And the goal for us is to build that platform to hundreds of thousands, right? And empower young people across Africa to earn in the green economy, because there is an economy growing and booming, right? It is up and coming, but it's potentially going to be 4 or 5 times oil and gas, for example, right? So this is what we're doing. We're trying to show young Africans there is something called a green economy, and you can play in that economy. So that's, I don't know what else can be bolder than that.
So if the next 5 years of your journey were a book chapter, what's the title and what's the story arc?
I think you got the title. Against all odds. What are the odds? I think you got the title. That's probably what the title will be.
And what would the story arc be about?
I think you probably start with this girl in the Niger Delta, trekking to school, walking 3-4 kilometers to primary school, you know, and has, you know, from walking on the streets of Port Harcourt to, you know, to school, that now have founded a startup. I think that's quite phenomenal, to be honest. And the way my trajectory has gone, it's sometimes I mean, how did I stumble upon tech? I don't even know, like...
I think it's just an amazing story, generally. So for young men and women who want to break ground into the green economy, like you mentioned, what's one piece of advice you wish someone had given you before you started? Like somebody came out and whispered in your ear, "You'll have done this, you'll have done that," before you started.
So if I say there was one advice, it would sound as if I would have wished my journey had gone any other way. I think I would like the journey to be exactly how it's been, because I think it's every single experience. So right now, when I look back, like I said, I retrospect a lot. I see all the dots have connected. So advice, and I don't know if I could say it could be sooner. I think it's just perfect, just in time, right? Maybe it would have been okay. Maybe save more money, because this is what you would do in the future. Keep money, because so maybe I would have been able to, you know, to bootstrap a little bit longer, you know, if I had more money. But to be honest, I mean, it's been tough, you know, a lot of times. Growing up was not particularly, I joke sometimes, I was born with a silver spoon, but I lost the spoon. So, you know, so it was not particularly rosy at some point. I mean, I remember when I was even doing my master's in the UK, I was working to pay my fees, my school fees, right? I see my friends now struggling to send money to their kids. And I'm like, why are your kids not working? Like, why are they not working? Like, you know, today parents have to send everything, even accommodation, feeding. Like, I had to work to pay for every single thing. But I think those are the things that make you resilient, right? Those are the things that make you determined, because when you look back at how much you have worked, you are not going to give up.
No, at all.
Because you don't want...
You can't come this far and give up.
Exactly. You can't come this far and give up, right? Like, and then, so I would not rewrite any of the story.
The only thing you say, you tell yourself to save more money.
Yeah, save more money, because so like I said, I never knew entrepreneurship, I think, called me. I didn't choose it chose me. So maybe if I had thought about it to say, okay, so you know how every Nigerian wants to be a CEO. I was not one of those Nigerians, funny enough. I was not one of those Nigerians that dreamt that I will have my own company. No, I never had the ambition. My ambition was I would do a proper damn job, good job in that global organization, get paid, have one big position. You know this position where they pay literally everything for you, even holiday, nice apartments. You know, that was what I thought would happen. So maybe if I had the ambition to be an entrepreneur, maybe I would have saved better. Maybe that would be the one advice.
Okay, so on a lighter note, before we wrap it up, what's one hidden talent that you have that maybe people don't really know about? And what do you do when you are not running a store? Like, what do you do to relax? What do you do outside of work and all of that?
Talents. I think I have many talents, and I have also discovered them later on in life, right? So take for example, so I think one superpower I know I have is putting a process to the madness. So I come into a room, no matter how chaos it is, or I come into a situation, I know how to simplify things. That's the first superpower I have. Like it can be as crazy as it is. I look at it, I analyze it, and I can simplify it. And that, speaks to the work I do. I simplifying energy assets as well. Another thing is I also see that I learn and unlearn very quickly. So I am in my third career cycle now, right? Before, HR was not my first career. Okay. I don't know if you know. So I started my career, I studied French.
Okay.
Then I went into project management. I didn't like it. I was doing project management construction. I decided to switch my career and went back to school, studied human resources, and had a very thriving career in HR. And then now I'm building a clean tech company. I'm studying clean energy at Yale. I'm also studying technology now. So I see that I'm able to learn a lot and unlearn. I was talking to a group of engineers this morning, and they were like, madam, where did you study engineering? I said, French I studied. I didn't study engineering, but I can explain the entire solar system, the technology. I can actually teach it if I want to. So I think that's a talent I have, being able to learn and understand. But I think it's also beyond talent. It's because naturally I like to be 110% in everything I'm doing. Even if I'm going to sell pure water, I want to sell the best pure water. So I put that in everything I do. So if I can decide to be a surgeon tomorrow, you don't know, right? And I will be a good surgeon. I'm very sure of that.
But what do you do, like
to relax? My daughter was telling me the other day, I said, Mommy, you don't do anything for fun. You just walk. You're always walking. Mommy, you don't have, she was telling me, Mommy, you don't have any hobbies. You don't. And I looked at her and I'm like, you won't understand, right? So, because I'm working a lot, right? I'm running a startup. A lot is on me. I have a young family. Right? I actually have toddlers. I jokingly tell people that I actually have 3 startups because I have installed and I have 2 boys. Oh, wow. They're under 3 years old, plus my 12-year-old as well. So between work, my kids, it's really impossible to find the time to do anything else. But what fortunately for me, so today I think I've sacrificed social life. But fortunately for me, in the startup world, there's a lot of networking that starts to work. So when I go for those networking events, I feel like I have hung out, even though it's work. So I think that, and there's a lot of travel. So the work entails a lot of travel as well. And I naturally enjoy traveling. So even though I've traveled for work, but that travel experience, I love it. And I think, but I try to, one way I distress, funny enough, is cooking. I love to cook, and I actually distress by cooking. Yes. So that helps. But other than, normally my normal self will be swimming. I like to swim, read. I have a lot of books, but I hardly have the
time to read because I always busy.
Yeah, but I've started listening to podcasts though.
Better.
You know, when I can do morning walks, I listen to.
So you will listen to our podcast when you start.
I will.
So this is where we wrap things up.
Right.
And this question is something that I always find interesting to, hear the response. The Chinwe that started working in Watford Football Club years ago, what will surprise her if she sees the Chinwe now?
So I think a big surprise is that I actually run a tech company today. I don't know how that happened.
So Chinwe of Watford will be like,
yeah.
How did I switch to tech?
I know. I studied French. I was named the Female Tech Innovator of 2025.
Wow.
By the African Climate Tech. How did, when they said, I wasn't even there, funny enough, right? So this happened in Nairobi.
Okay.
I was actually in Singapore for another event. And they were, I was like, okay, what are the odds that someone who studied foreign languages, right, is now a female tech innovator? It's like a lot of times I think about it, I don't know how it happened. But of course, it's not a mistake, right? I think that's the power of your mind.
True.
If you're able to think about it and actually put in the work, I think you can bring anything to life. Yeah, I think that's actually a very big surprise to me. So I'm a solo founder now. I'm managing tech people. So when they come to tell me one thing, I say, people should not confuse me. Don't speak tech and confuse me. This platform, this is what I want it to do. Is it doing it? Yes or no? Right? And really the technology we have today, I drew it with pen and paper. I drew the entire process and told the tech people, this is what I want you to build. And this is what I want this platform to do. And it's happening. It's working. Solar companies are using it. We have 1,300 installers onboarded on that platform. We're expanding that platform now to have a web app. I am designing that a mobile app. I'm designing it as well, right? We're also expanding that platform to have e-learning. So those remote installers can learn. They don't have to come to a physical place to learn. I am designing that process. We're also talking about e-commerce for solar. I am designing that process. Like, what are the odds, for crying out loud, right? So I think that's a big shock even to me. But like I said, it just proves that our mind is unbelievable.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Anything is absolute. And that's what I tell young people whenever I have the chance. Like, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter your upbringing. It doesn't matter your background. It doesn't matter your education. It doesn't matter, my mother had money, my father didn't have money. All of that does not matter. The most important thing is your mind, and how powerful and how much you believe in what you can do. When I started Install, I remember one of the first accelerator programs I had taken. What's even an accelerator, like an incubator? Some of these programs that help you, articulate your ideas. I was told that my solution was not VC backable. Like they told me, like, no, this thing, like I told the lady, I said, don't worry, I know you don't understand what I'm talking about, right? So you also have to be convinced.
Yes.
Right? Your conviction should not be hinged on someone else. Right? When it's clear in your mind, because it was so clear in my mind, nobody could tell me otherwise. Right? And that's I think that's the power. That's all the power you need to be able to believe in what you're building. And I know it's going to be difficult, but if you believe and then you're putting in the work, you're doing, you're going one step at a time, you have your goals clear, I think the sky is not even the limit. Yeah.
Well, on that note, I would like to say thank you for welcoming us here and being a part of the Triumph Against Odds podcast.
Thank you.
So on that note, I would like to say thank you on my behalf and the behalf of all of us.
Thank you so much, OBDK.
Thank you for watching another episode of Triumph Against Odds. At this point, we come to the end of today's episode, but stay tuned because we still have more episodes coming up. And like we always say at Triumph Against Odds, always stay resilient. Thank you.
Yep.
These my daddies make it hurt.
Knock knock, who's there? One who?
1 million will be set cow.
It's 2026 and I thought to myself, as a professional foodie, what better way to start Market Pulse than to go into the food market industry? I mean, December just ended, the oblate season just ended, so let's actually find out the prices of items now in January. Come along with us. On this episode of Market Pulse, we decided to make our stop at Idumota Food Market, one of the oldest and one of the largest markets located in the heart of Lagos Island.
I've been in this for over, let me say, lesser than 30 years.
And she don't tell, maybe 15 years or 17 years.
A year plus. I'm past 40 years in this business.
Let's say about 10 years now.
This is Market Pulse. We came for the food industry's pulse and left with 2 full plates.
This very complex that we are in now. I used to cook for someone that was upstairs, but now she and the family, they have relocated to Canada. That is why people that are selling here allow me to be here, because the caretaker was like, it's not allowed. So they pleaded with the man that I was one that used to cook for them before the owner of the shop closed and they relocate. They should please allow me to stay here. So since then I've been managing. It's not that I cannot cook, I can cook. But the only thing is that some people, they like my food. People like my food. But when they buy to collect the money, that's the problem I'm having. They buy it very well. I say my food. But to collect money, to meet up to the next day, that's a problem. You know, as a business woman, it's not good for me to finish cooking. After I sold the food, I cannot see capital. I cannot see gain. So it's affecting me seriously. And as I'm here now selling, because rain is beating me here, sun is beating me. Some of them say they don't compensate me, they don't care. They will after even that during that heavy rainfall, they will know that this rain is beat me. I'll be crossing, putting my leg inside all this dirty water. At the end of the day, they will not pity me. They will not still owe me money. It's people that from outside that used to come and buy AC here or compressor. They will compensate me that this woman you are trying, it's not easy. Take your money. Sometimes they will give me over, say our auntie or brother. He gave me over money. They said no problem. You can use that one to do something.
This is what my mother is doing for a living. The guinea fowl is not on a stable price due to the constancies of bringing it. It's something coming from north. So when this issue of Boko Haram comes up, all the northerns have been destroyed. So that is how guinea fowl started scarcing. Alhamdulillah, we are thanking God on it. It's going gradually. At least we feed our home from it. Formerly, at least in a day, I do sell like up to 50. But now, we hardly sell 20-15. They can help us during the fuel issue. If the fuel is down, at least let our own Nigeria currency to be appreciated. Then our business will be pulled up.
They sell fish. It's ejakika panla fish. Then they buy fresh one, then they dry them, bring come market, they sell them. Then they bring and come jora. Then market you. They say na market then cost, then they put money small. Every food then good for indomie, spaghetti, concussion, amni ekro, ogbono soup. Then they buy them very well.
Ororo and rice. We sell groundnut oil in December. Some are 6,000, while some are 4,500.
When we are selling on December, it's too expensive. But this now, it never come down. We still dey manage am small. Make government help us. Any power we can take first. Because of our meat, it's too much expensive. I know people know they buy as we dey buy. From people come to buy everywhere with our customer side. Somewhere then come, but when we are enter January now, dry season is coming. Never see anybody to come, but we take am small. There is no time of the market meet, but if the market pick up now, meat go pick up, everything go pick up, but the cost me too much.
It's some weeks after the festive season. What does the food market say? Have the prices reduced or do they remain constant? And more importantly, why the increase?
Because of Christmas and New Year celebrations, people may buy some foodstuffs to their house, and some are giving out goods to people to celebrate Christmas in their house. That is why we have to add money.
To answer your heart's desires, follow us on this journey as we keep you updated on the current prices of some of the perishable items.
The time of this December, it costs, but now it don't come down. 16,000 for basket, but now it don't come down. Like 12,000, 14. Basket of pepper now, small one, 4, 5.
Towards December was 12,000. As of now, we give 12, 11. By then was 9,000, 10,000.
Then they buy 49, 48, 50,000. Now the money when they buy them now 50,000, 52,000, 54. December 48, 47. Now so then they sell them 2 years ago. They buy them 30,000, 32,000 2 years ago. But now they buy them 48, 50, and they sell them 2,500, 2,000, 15, 1,000.
During December, we sell rice of 80,000 per bag, 75, 76. During December, one semu per one is 16. Now we still 16, but let's say maybe next week the price is going to reduce. When we're doing Christmas, sell sugar per bag 16,000. But now the price have come down 15,500. Spaghetti doing December per bag is 19,500. But now it's already 19,000. The Indomie is still the same price, 9,500. It does not reduce. Macaroni per carton 19,500 also. But now it has reduced to 19.
They are selling it before like 50. They buy one big of cow shaki. They buy am 35, 45 before. Nowadays, we dey buy one of cow 90,000, 120, 100. As we dey sell before, we no sell am like that before again because they take as before we dey sell this one 2,015 naira. But now we are selling it 3,000, 5,000, 4,000. That's why the price wey we buy, we see our market, the money from there. If one buy each of this one is 3,000 now. Small meat now we buy am 5,000, 3,000. Small meat. Full cow now she don be 800,000, 8 million pass 1 million with the sell cow. As Tinubu dey enter, it's too much. Too cost too much. Too much. Before we are buying cow of milk 700, 500 for cow, and we are still selling it better. But now it's too much. No be small money we dey take buy cow.
I started this business with 25,000. I will not tell her it has been helping me because it's from here my children feed. It's from here I also feed. It's from here we buy washing soap, buying water because the compound I live, they don't have water. They are buy water every 2 days from the mala. So I know how much I spend in a month. From here now, I avoid at least wears for my children in underwear. I use it to buy the pad for my daughter. If they need bedroom slippers, I solve it. They need soap for washing clothes, bathing, I use it to solve them. Prepared when it's reached my turn to recharge because me and one person is sharing, I use it to solve the problem. Now everything is very, very expensive. Even why I'm still selling now because I don't have shop. I didn't be a have shop. A plate of food now be some are selling because of the environment to 2.5. But all the people that live in this Victoria land, when some of them when they come and used to tell me that this place is cheap, but over there is 5,000. So my neighbor used to tell them that if I should place it 5,000, who is going to buy? Even some people themselves they cannot avoid the 1,000. Sometimes the woman will sell the food so that will not carry it to go home. At the end of the day, she will not even collect the money. Let's say if someone that want to start this business now, let's say the person can hold 100,000 naira. Because if you should go to market now, carry this backo bag, you tell somebody it's 100,000 market, they will not believe you. Because meat, everything is that very, very expensive. And now we are filling gas now. Some are filling 2,000 per kg, some are filling 1,008. Before it was like 350, something like that, or 500. But now it's a rent of 2,018. So from there now, that's why even I'm even adding something. Like if they say okay, they cannot buy 1, 2. Okay, I will say okay, come. I know how to measure it. I will say for them for 1,000. But if those business people that used to come and say 1,500, they don't mind. They'll buy it. Even leave the change for me. That is it. And the environment matters a lot. It's not a matter of you're having shop. If you rent shop, are they coming to buy that food? How are you going to be able to pay the shop rent? That is what matters. Even I thank God for my own because at the end of the day, I say finish. Despite that, I don't see the cash immediately. But some people that have the shop, they used to tell me that when they could finish, they will now frozen it for the following day so they can warm it. At the end of the day, they'll be looking for money to pay for shop rent. I don't buy that kind of idea.
In a shocking twist, some sellers are not affected by the economy.
No, but it's affecting some people, but me, it's not affecting.
Who would imagine? The reduction in prices is not so noticeable, but according to reports, there will be a gradual reduction. The food market industry is definitely one of the hotspots to observe, with fluctuating prices and seemingly promising reduction.
My darling sister, you not reduce anything. Okay, if you reduce, what about gas? Okay, let's say garina have reduced small. But what about meat in the market? What about fish? What about crayfish? Palm oil? It's only Gary that I can know that they have removed something, but not too much. But to go for meat, those ones that are very, very high. They are expensive. Fish is not go area. I'm telling you, those that doing cooking business, fish are very, very expensive. Because if someone like me should start cooking fish in this environment, they will not buy it because they cannot avoid the money. Where it will be easy for those that have a shop, all these big shop, they have no their name. But if you talk of all this local place, they cannot be able to avoid it. Because I could remember one day, this boy he said he came from Ibadan or something like that. He was like, he's waiting for me to come and save food for me. I said, okay, I'm coming. The finance, he was like, I want to buy about 200 naira. I said, sorry, is it with soup? I said, no, you cannot get it like that. You know that kind of a thing. I used to do this adjunct, at least every day 500 naira. But by the time it will close to the month for me to collect it, it may happen my phone will ring. My neighbor will be like, it's your turn to recharge your prepaid though. You know that I have no choice. I will divide it, recharge, prepaid. Other things will come up. Because sometimes it's not all the time my children will be eating swallow because I'm selling swallow. They will tell me that, mommy, we are not eating swallow today. Let us switch to something else. I have no choice. I will give it to them. They will buy it. And you notice are very, very high this time around. Like if you children want to have breakfast, two of them at least 3,500 or 3,000 just to manage it all. But if they want to eat to their satisfaction, 5,000 will be spent. But I don't allow them to eat like that because I know how I'm getting the income. When somebody have responsibility, I don't mean the responsibility of house rent or school fees. But when you have children that you are feeding, you know that you are spending. You have children, like they say, I want to barb my hair. I want to make my hair. I want to buy slippers. You cannot count it. And they cannot be recording it so that you now affect the brain. Do you understand? They will go to church, from here transportation, offering money. From here tithes, offering money. You know that kind of a thing. If you start joining this thing down, my dear, someone will be having mental problem, but that will not be my portion.
And that is it on this episode of Market Pulse, where we explore the food industry. I am Amanda Emosigbe for Business Day Television. And remember, I went through the depths to get you prices from the food industry.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good day and welcome to the Tax Aid Podcast. My name is Eniola Olatunji, as always. And as we always do on this podcast, we come here to demystify various very complicated tax terminologies, laws, and everything. With 2026 approaching, when the new tax laws will take effect, so many people are confused about a lot of things, and that's why we're here to help you. Today with me, I have Mr. Israel Ajayi. He is a senior manager at Cape PMG, and he will be doing us the honor of really breaking down how the tax laws affect multinational enterprise. And with me, I have my co-host
Odolami Ayomide.
Welcome, Mr. Ajayi. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Hope you don't feel nervous or anything.
No, not really.
Okay.
Really excited to be here.
Oh, love it. So, first question I'd like to ask you is, just give us a brief overview of the new tax laws, just things that maybe I don't want to say misconception, but things you've seen people talk about outside. Although today's topic is mostly about how it affects multinationals, but some things you just like to say about the new tax laws, things you know, things you think people don't really know, generally about company income tax, personal income tax, any aspects you choose of your choice.
Thank you, Eniola. In terms of the new tax law we're talking about, which stems from the tax reform that just been concluded and also being gazetted, that we have quite a number of new things that have been brought on board. First is noteworthy is how these have been able to overhaul the tax system we've been using. We've been using this tax system, making few changes here and there, but we hadn't had this kind of overhaul since even from independence. But now we have a total overhaul of all the tax provision, making sure they're as contemporary as we have as the economy. And from there, we have quite a number of approach. Like, for instance, they've been able to streamline all the tax laws that we have in different acts of parliament. They've been able to bring them together based on the focus of it. So it's been able to achieve the one of the objectives of the national tax policy that we have, that we're focusing, streamlining our tax drive, so that we'll be able to gain efficiency and also public trust. So also in terms of the landscape, how the landscape has evolved over the years, if you look at like 2 decades ago, we won't be having this kind of conversation because tax wasn't at the front burner. Our economy was largely depending on the oil. But now we can see the dividend of diversification, which has brought in quite a number of developments in the tax space Now you can hear from the news that FRA is generating trillions.
Yeah.
Not just 10 trillions, we are saying 15, 20 trillions.
Yeah.
And that's really financing governance. So that's how we've evolved over years.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So now we're going to drill down into how it affects like multinationals and cross-border transactions, and what are just the main financial reporting and tax provision challenges that multinationals will like. What part of the new tax laws would generally affect multinationals reporting? Also, what how they calculate, just things they will likely face, especially how they'll calculate like the 15% effective tax rate, and just an overview of that.
If I got your question right, you are asking about what will be the implication from financial reporting standpoint for multinational in terms of compliance with the new tax laws. I would say in terms of accounting standard, we still have the same thing. The reporting will still be the same, just that we'll have, for instance, tax provisioning. There will be some slight changes because you now have quite a number of rules that are being introduced, and all those rules must be taken into consideration before you determine the tax liability of a company. So that will involve some sort of adjustment in order to ensure compliance with the new tax law. So other than that, from financial reporting standpoint, we could also have, because we have, for instance, CFC rule, foreign controlled foreign company. We have it introduced now, and that will also increase the financial reporting obligation of multinationals in Nigeria, because not only their operation in Nigeria will be disclosed, they also need to disclose those of subsidiaries outside Nigeria.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So what kind of financial reporting challenges do you think that multinational companies will face in implementing the ETR?
Okay, the concept of ETR, let me start from there, is actually a concept.
What is ETR?
The ETR is effective tax rate, and is an output of OECD concept trying to address the economic issue stemming from digitalization of the economy, and majorly the issue of race to bottom. That race to bottom is a concept whereby countries try to curry investment capital by reducing, or some will even give exemption to tax, income tax. So with that, you have quite a number of imbalance whereby you have capital rich, low function arrangement. So people try to now create imbalance where value is being created and where the fund or the money sits. So that's had created quite a number of issue for even tax authority, which has increased the number of audits, looking for various means to be able to claw back a lot of those funds. So now we have BEPS 2. It's called Based Erosion and Profit Shifting.
Wow.
Project 2 of OECD, which led to what we call two-pillar approach solution, which is also the global deal that was signed like 2 years ago. Unfortunately, Nigeria wasn't signatory to it. Notwithstanding, we've been part of the project from BEPS 1. So we've been able to adopt some of these concepts, though we customize them. So we have OECD concept, we have Nigeria version, so to say. So the Nigeria version are the one we have adopted and customized to suit our purpose. So in terms of the ETR, financial reporting for multinational, I said earlier on that by virtue of the new law, they will now report not only the Nigeria operation, but subsidiary of Nigeria entity will also need to report its own operation, and the effective tax rate is expected to be minimum of 15%. So if, for instance, the subsidiary outside Nigeria, of which the parent is in Nigeria, if the subsidiary ETR, effective tax rate, is lower than 15%, Nigerian parents will have that obligation to include what will make the ETR to be up to 15% as part of its own income and pay tax here in Nigeria.
Okay, well that makes sense. That makes sense. So how would this affect like their business, like multinational business decision? Because you already said it now that if they are located in Nigeria and they have subsidiaries abroad, don't you think that it might cost like multinationals to want to have maybe change their locations, maybe just operate from maybe just Ghana? If that would make me not have to pay the ETR, the 15% in TR, won't I just think, and don't I have to change base? Or just generally, how do you think this will affect like decisions they make when it comes to like their business locations?
Okay, I said earlier on, I talked about OECD, I talked about the global deal, Pillar 2, is a global concept, is a global adoption. Just that the timing of adoption differs from country to country. Okay. So it's a matter of time. Everybody will have to be on board. Otherwise, you will lose your tax base. We have what is called qualified domestic minimum tax. So I don't want to go into the technicality, okay, but I will just in plain language, if you don't adopt the rule, you cannot prevent other countries who adopted such rule to apply it to a subsidiary in your own location. Yeah, so if you don't safeguard your tax base, you will lose it to other countries that adopted such kind of rule.
So is it a law that's preventing like double taxation or double in taxation? Like maybe they are able to pay, the law allows them to pay taxes over there, but they somehow avoid paying tax here? Or when you say it's a global thing, I really don't understand.
Okay, so OECD is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It's a combination of quite a number of countries, the G20. We have inclusive framework where Nigeria and other developing country comes in. So the aspect, they use that platform to work together. Yes. They have working parties, okay, which they have different tasks to come up with a proposition that will be able to solve specific problems. I talked about digitalization of the economy, how to solve the challenges. That was part of what they were doing, okay, which led to quite a number of this two-pillar approach. Okay. So, but at the end of the day, taxation is a function of law. If it's not domesticated in a country and ratified by National Assembly, it cannot be enforced, neither can it be administrated. So once it's domesticated, then there is obligation for residents, business owners within that jurisdiction to comply.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So touching on the initial question, do you think like the ETR 15% rule would affect our businesses in terms of location? Do you see maybe businesses moving or trying to change their jurisdiction or trying to move out of the country? Do you see that happening?
If initially it might tend to look like that, because I said earlier on the adoption is not uniform across the globe. Okay. So even if you move maybe from Nigeria to another country, that country is still going to implement, because we have almost over 140 countries who are signatory to this deal.
The OECD deal?
Yes. Okay. So it's a function of time. Nigeria is starting its own next year. UK started this year. So it differs the timing of adoption, but it's something that it will go around.
So with the CFC tax rule being stricter right now, would it not potentially complicate the Pillar 2 top-up tax?
The two concepts are not the same and they are not contradictory. Okay. The CFC is a controlled foreign complaint rule, whereby you have, for instance, a parent in Nigeria here who is also taxable in Nigeria here, will also be responsible to account for the operation of his subsidiary, which he had invested in, for instance, in another country. So the CFC rule is looking at Nigeria complaint reporting on the activity of its operation or its subsidiary outside Nigeria. And in that wise, the way we are Nigerian tax law had adopted CFC rule, it's up to the extent that undistributed profits of that subsidiary can be deemed distributed. And the Nigerian parents will report and pay taxes on them in Nigeria. So, but if you come to the income inclusion rule, which is the OECD top-up rule, it's stating that if that subsidiary, in this scenario, the ETR, the effective tax rate, is below 15%, whatever the difference is, the Nigerian parent is going to include that in its own reporting and pay taxes on them to ensure that the ETR of that subsidiary is up to 15%. And note, the IRR will be applicable if the location or the jurisdiction of that subsidiary does not have domestic minimum top-up tax rule.
So multinationals still need to comply to both regimes?
Yes, because tax laws are domestic.
Okay.
So they are domestic law. If the foreign company's jurisdiction has not adopted, the parent will have to account for that shortfall in its own reporting in Nigeria. Otherwise, the host country of the subsidiary will have collected it as top-up tax to ensure that the effective tax rate is 15%. So that's the difference between CFC and income inclusion. Yes.
Okay. I feel like this period is really tax practitioners are like hotcake this period, because like everybody needs your help. Business owners, multinationals, companies, and it's really I really like that there was an overall to deal, because we need to really move from a country that is very oil dependent to several sources. While I don't think that all our revenue or most of it should come from tax, I mean our tax to GDP ratio was less than 10% before. Recent data says that was less than 10%, but now even Taiwo Data said that it's heading towards somewhere like 13%, and that's really good. So what are the key risks of double taxation under this new tax rule?
Well, by virtue of the provision of the new tax law, incidence of double taxation will be very minimal, if not eliminated, because we have provision of unilateral relief,
yes.
whereby you can get relief if you have suffered tax on certain income you are bringing to Nigeria, provided you have evidence to show you can get relief, which on unilateral basis. Then with if you have interaction or business with a contracting party, that is countries that has DTA with a double taxation agreement with Nigeria, then there's also provision for you to be able to get relief if you had suffered double tax, or you are of the opinion that the decision of one jurisdiction will make you suffer double tax. So there are different provisions there. You can kickstart Article 24, which basically has to do with mutual agreement procedure, of which the Revenue Authority can resolve the issue you have raised. If they can endeavor to contact the other Revenue Authority so that they can have a mutual agreement or how to ensure that you don't suffer double tax.
Okay, so like right now, multinationals do not need to be worried about double taxation.
No.
And that's really good, because like you would fear like coming here and then you have to pay tax here, pay tax there, pay tax. Like you just feel like you're paying a lot of tax. Maybe most of your profit to be going to tax. But that's good news. That's good news.
So many countries, including Nigeria, have tax treaties that they follow, right? Are these treaties being updated, like as with this new tax reform that is happening or going on? Our treaties with other countries, is it going to be updated?
The concept of treaty has its own jurisdiction in terms of the framework within which it works. The new tax law does not necessarily imply that our treaties will be updated or our treaties will be maybe renegotiated or amended. However, the law had already given a seamless transitioning whereby you can still enjoy relief through the treaty, just as I've just explained, under double taxation. If you look at Section 121 of the Nigerian Tax Act, makes reference to how to get relief under double taxation relief. in addition to the unilateral relief I explained earlier on. So there's no contradiction, and it's not necessitating renegotiating of our existing treaty.
Okay.
Okay, that's really good. So, what are some common practical challenges in valuing and in valuing like local assets, e.g., real estate, resources, digital use base, to determine if the threshold for a taxable So to determine if the threshold for a taxable indirect share transfer is met, because I heard that there's now CGT on share transfer, asset transfer for multinationals.
Yes, capital gain has always been there.
Okay.
As I said earlier on when I was during the introductory aspect of this conversation, that one of the benefits of the new law is that it has streamlined the tax, understand what taxes is relevant for each and account for that, because you are the one who had created a platform, you administrate the platform, so you have those specific responsibility. The one that will be, you have to charge VAT, you do. The one that you have to make withholding, deduction, you do, and make remittances as per we do.
Okay, perfect. To end this conversation, what are like major taxes you see like multinationals paying in the coming year, and also what are some of the things that multinationals, companies generally, people that are involved in cross-border like transactions, what can you do to prepare ahead of 2026?
I would say that generally when we have a situation like this, the first thing is to do self-assessment.
Okay.
Evaluate yourself, evaluate your compliance procedure, evaluate your operating system for you to know to what extent can the existing system support compliance requirement of the new law, and for you to be able to know to what extent will you need help, maybe from the consultant to support you so that you can modify your system. You know, we're also talking about e-invoicing, talking about different initiative, basically to harmonize the operation of this new tax law. So it's doing fair. The first thing is to do self-evaluation for you to know to what extent you need help and seek help. It's normal for you to get help so that you can receive support, because the cost of non-compliance will definitely outweigh what it will cost you to get support.
Yeah. I hear that you have to pay 50% interest. You still pay like what you're supposed to pay.
The interest is more than 15% because it's CBN discount rate plus a spread.
Ooh.
That was the interest. Then you have penalty depending on the kind of offense.
So it pays to actually
exactly. It pays just like FRS logo. It pays to pay your tax.
Okay. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. My name remains Eniola Olatunji. Please follow us on all platforms at BDTV, and do well to like, reshare, repost this podcast, and watch out for more. Watch out for the next episode. We have so much more packed for you on the Tax Aid podcast. See you next time. Thank you.
This is the Business Day television news update, reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, oil prices hold above Nigeria's $64.85 budget amid Middle East tensions. Rwanda sees Dangote NGX listing push stock market capitalization above 200 trillion naira. And then Nigeria to become Africa's second commercial cloves producer with 74,000 farmers. And finally, Chevron strikes oil for the third time as reforms pay off. You're welcome to the news. I am Destiny Mama. Now, global oil prices remained steady on Monday, maintaining levels above Nigeria's 2026 budget benchmark of 64.85 a dollar per barrel as ongoing supply disruptions and escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East continued to support the market. Now, this information comes from market reports tracking Brent and U.S. crude futures, providing some relief for Nigeria's fiscal planning, but also highlights ongoing risk. Now, the prices showed a slight decline early Monday, with Brent crude futures deepened by 7 cents to $65.81 per barrel. And meanwhile, U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude eased by 6 cents to $61.01 per barrel, following a strongly rally in this previous trading session where prices surged over 2%. And moving on, Chief Executive Officer of Financial Derivatives Company, Bismarck Rewane, has projected that the anticipated listing of the Dangote refinery on the Nigerian exchange in 2026 could more than double Nigeria's stock market capitalization to above 200 trillion naira, while warning that the naira may weaken to above 1,590 naira per dollar by the end of 2026. Rewane revealed this at the 2026 Economic Outlook Summit of RCCG Christchurch held in Lagos at the weekend, where he outlined key expectations for Nigeria's economy, the foreign exchange market and capital markets over the medium term. In his words, the expected public listing of the Dangote refinery would represent a major milestone for Nigeria's capital markets, given the scale and valuation of the asset. Ariwane added that the listing would not only deepen market liquidity, but also position the Nigerian exchange as one of the most significant emerging market bourses globally in terms of size. And now on a foreign exchange outlook, Rewane projected that the naira would weaken gradually to around 1,590 naira per dollar by the end of 2026, even as he expects the US dollar itself to lose strength relative to other global currencies. And still on, Nigeria is set to become Africa's second commercial clothes producer as 74,000 farmers prepare to join the maiden nationwide clothes farming initiative ahead of the 2026 wet season. The national coordinator of the Clothes Producers Association, Malam Abdullahi Shaibu, revealed these at the Northwest Farmers Training Workshop at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. According to reports, the program is intended to boost domestic and international clothes production, generate foreign exchange, while creating employment opportunities across the country. Shaibu says the Maiden Clothes Farming Initiative will involve at least 2,000 farmers from each of Nigeria's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, totaling over 74,000 participants nationwide, while each farmer will receive improved clove seeds and essential inputs to cultivate half a hectare of cloves. And coming up, Chevron strikes oil for the third time as reforms pay off. We'll bring you these and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update and Business Day Television News. Now, Chevron Nigeria Limited has announced its third exploration success since late 2024, signaling renewed confidence in Africa's largest crude producer following years of underinvestment and regulatory uncertainty. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Chevron Nigeria Limited joint venture completed the Awodi 07 appraisal and exploration well in the shallow offshore western Niger Delta on December 28, discovering approximately 675 feet of hydrocarbon pay across multiple reservoirs. Now, the well, which reached a total depth of 12,420 feet in less than 3 weeks, has been reportedly plunged and suspended after wireline and fluid sampling operations. The discovery breaks down into 310 feet of appraisal reservoirs, matching pre-drill expectations, and 365 feet across 6 hydrocarbon-bearing exploration sands, unlocking significant development potential in an area where existing infrastructure can accelerate production timelines. And now, away from that story, private sector credit rose to 75.8 trillion naira in December 2025, up from 74.63 trillion naira in November, reflecting a modest rebound in lending activities at the end of the year. The data was released by the Central Bank of Nigeria as part of its latest monetary credit statistics, and while the increase points to improving lending momentum, overall credit levels remain below their peak in the corresponding period of the previous year, demonstrating the cautious recovery underway. Now, the sector credit rose by about 1.17 trillion naira month on month in December 2025, signaling a rebound after several months of weakness earlier in the year. Now, the improvement, however, suggests that recent monetary policy actions by the Central Bank of Nigeria may be gradually influencing lending behavior within the banking system. And now, meanwhile, the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service says it will begin enforcing its statutory power of substitution under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025 to recover outstanding tax liabilities from defaulting taxpayers. Now, this was revealed in a public notice issued by the agency outlining how it intends to apply Sector and Section 60 of the Act. Now, according to reports, this follows the commencement of the implementation of the NTAA by the federal government amid controversies over alleged alterations to some parts of the law in the Gazette and copy. LIRS says Section 60 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025 authorizes tax authorities to invoke the power of substitution where a taxpayer fails to pay an excess and final tax liability when due. And now to end the local news from Ekiti State, Governor Ayodele Fayose has accused Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde of positioning himself as an opposition spokesman following what he described as an unfriendly reception by President Bola Tinubu. Fayose made the allegation while reacting to comments attributed to Makinde at an event marking the birthday of former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, where the Oyo governor reportedly criticized the Tinubu administration. In his words, the remarks reinforced claims that Makinde was recently rebuffed during a visit to the presidential villa. Fayose says Makinde visited President Tinubu in an attempt to address the fallout from his earlier public comment, claiming the visit ended without progress, alleging that the president gave the Oyo governor a cold reception. And coming up, Congo to issue $750 million debut Eurobond in April, central banker says. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the
do insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're still watching news update from Business Day Television, and I'm moving on to Africa. And the Democratic Republic of Congo plans to issue a debut Eurobond for $750 million in April as part of a broader $1.5 billion issuance program. According to the central bank, the Central African nation, which had its credit rating outlook revised to positive from stable by S&P Global Ratings on Friday, plans to use the proceeds of the borrowings to fund infrastructure development, said Andre Wemeso, the head of the central bank. Now, Congo, which has experienced financial pressure since the escalation of a conflict with Rwanda-backed rebels in its eastern region early last year, is looking to leverage its fairly low debt levels, a benign assessment of its economy by the International Monetary Fund. The fund, however, warned of risks, including commodity price fluctuations and a conflict on the east of the country. And also the South African rand hit its strongest level against the dollar in 3.5 years on Monday, boosted by record precious metal prices and an optimism about the country's economic outlook. According to reports, the rand struck 16 per dollar for the first time since June 2022, trading at 16.0050. The global gold price set to a record high above $5,100 an ounce as central banks and investors sought refuge from geopolitical risk and market volatility. The South African economy has grown sluggishly for years, while last year investors turned more optimistic about the outlook driven by government reform. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. The price of gold has risen above $5,000 an ounce for the first time ever, extending a historic rally that saw the precious metal jump by more than 60% in 2025. Now, this comes as tensions between the U.S. and NATO over Greenland have added growing concerns about financial and geopolitical uncertainty. U.S. President Donald Trump's trade policies have also worried markets as he threatened to impose a 100% tariff on Canada if it strikes a trade deal with China. Now, silver also topped $100 an ounce for the first time on Friday, building in its almost 150% rise last year. Also, a leading Venezuelan human rights group says at least 80 political prisoners have been released under pressure from the U.S. Alfredo Romero, head of a Foro panel, said his group was verifying the identities of those freed from prisons across the country on Saturday, and more releases were likely to take place. Reports revealed that this is the latest batch of detainees released since the U.S. seized Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a raid and took him to New York to stand trial on drug trafficking charges earlier this month. Venezuelan interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, on Friday said more than 600 prisoners had been freed, while the Foro panel says this figure has been inflated. We'll bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're still watching news update on Business Day television, and now moving on to sports news. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta has challenged his players to show their Premier League credentials after a 3-2 home defeat to Manchester United dented the Gunners' title push. Arteta's side had the opportunity to move 7 points clear at the top with victory at the Emirates Stadium on Sunday. Arsenal took the lead through Alessandro Martinez's own goal before Brian Mbeumo drew United level late in the first half, while Patrick Dogu then put the visitors ahead after the break with a superb long-range strike, only for Mikel Merino to scramble home on equalizer in the closing stages. The defeat was Arsenal's first in 13 matches across all competitions since they lost at Aston Villa in December, and their first home defeat in 18 games since losing to Bournemouth in May. Now to end the news, Nottingham Forest manager Sean Dyche has praised Taiwo Awoniyi after the Nigerian striker scored his first goal in nearly a year to seal a crucial 2-0 victory over Brentford. Now the win moved Forest further clear out of the relegation zone, restoring a 5-point cushion over 18th placed West Ham. And Forest took the lead after 12 minutes when Igor Jesus finished calmly, with Ola Aina providing the assist. Awoniyi was introduced in the 68th minute and made an immediate impact, scoring Forest's second goal 11 minutes from time to secure all 3 points. The Nigerian international produced a brilliant individual run into the box before slotting the ball home and marking his first goal for the Tricky Trees since February 11, 2025, when he scored in a 2-2 draw against Exeter. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface to bring you deeper analyses and implications of the story. Now, Nigeria's power might flip as solar becomes cheaper than grid. Now, this afternoon on Behind the Headlines, we examine Business Day's report on Nigeria's power math flipping as solar undercuts grid electricity, exploring implications for consumers, utilities, investors, and even energy transition nationwide. Now, today we're being joined by Adikpo Oladende. He is the writer of the story for Business Day newspaper. So good to have you once again.
Yeah, thanks. Good
How do you guys do it? Your creativity is top notch, and and so when you make headline stories like this way, I mean, most times we're always so happy to have you behind the headlines to, have you give us, information about, such very vital headlines. Now, very quickly, what key data actually shows solar power is now cheaper than grid electricity in Nigeria?
Okay, so again, thanks for having me once again.
Yeah, feel welcome.
Always a pleasure to be here. So the data looked at the price of per kilowatts, how much naira will it cost us to, if you're using solar, what's the cost per kilowatt on solar, what's the cost per kilowatt on grid, and then what's the cost per kilowatt on diesel. Before now, what we noticed is the cheapest have always been the grid power, because you are generating bulk electricity. So the more you are generating, the lesser the costs may be. So before now, the grid power used to be cheaper, then followed by diesel, and then next is solar. Solar used to be very capital intensive because cost of batteries are high, cost of solar panels are high, and all of these factors weigh into the cost of solar. But now for 2025, we notice things have changed. The cost per kilowatt of generating power via solar is roughly within an average of 88 naira to 100 naira per kilowatt on diesel. On grid, you are looking at about 180 naira per kilowatt to 220 naira per kilowatt. On diesel is and we are looking at about 220 naira per kilowatt to 250 naira per kilowatt. So what this means is things are changing, innovations in place. The Chinese have also been allowed to produce batteries. Before now, it used to be just the Americans or European countries who were in charge of producing all of this.
Brilliant.
So now things have changed. A lot of China products are now currently in the market, and good, strong products as well.
Wow.
And then there's also innovations as well. Before now, we used to have just tubular batteries. Tubular batteries they call them wet batteries. These are batteries that you need to pour water in at some point in time. But now the Chinese have also, they've done a lot of innovations around that.
Okay.
So now we have a lot of lithium batteries. Lithium batteries are the same batteries that you have in your phones. I mean, they are smart, they are efficient.
All right.
I mean, so we have smart lithium batteries now that you don't necessarily need to, they're not taking much of a space in wherever you're putting it. And then they are much energy efficient and they last much longer. You don't need to be topping water on it as well. So, I mean, all of these combined with the fact that batteries are prices are down in the global markets, weighing on into prices in the local markets. So that's all the news is about.
So I'm very happy. Like or should I say, I admire, people that are into this. I mean, the electricity sector, so to speak, or the power sector, so to speak, because you get to find out about a whole lot of innovations, and then you take advantage of it without other people even hearing about it. Yeah. Okay. Now, which customer segments, homes, SMEs, or even industries actually stand to benefit most from this shift?
Okay, so we are looking at the biggest benefit factors, or the biggest beneficiaries will definitely be household first.
Okay.
Because again, Nigeria, a country of about 220 million people, less than about 60% or 70% don't have access to energy at all. And then the few people who have access to energy are not even constant. So we have people with 1 hour electricity per day, 2 hours electricity per day. So you'll find a lot of households basically just saying, look, what are the low hanging fruits I can tap into in order to generate power? So if solar is cheaper, yeah, why not? A plan of, so before now, you need a lot of money. You need a minimum of about 20 to 15 million naira to set up a solar structure in your home, no matter how cheap is it, no matter the power you're trying to get. But now you can actually have a structure of 500,000, a million naira in order to set up a solar structure, and you're depending on your energy needs and your energy demand. So first of all, you have households, and then secondly, you have SMEs as well. When I'm talking about SMEs, so I'm talking about the barber in your streets, talking about the hairdresser, I'm talking about people that use they need power based on what they do, but the power consumption is a bit little. A little power can basically charge your clipper, a little power can charge your phones. The woman doing POS just needs little power to charge her POS. They don't need the kind of heavy amount of electricity that the large scale or industrial scale users currently demand for. So you have households, you have SMEs, and then you have companies as well. So you find a lot of companies who are also intentionally switching to solar, not just because it's efficient, but because it's saying that it's the future of power, and the fact that the other alternatives are also more expensive. You look at a bank as big as Sterling Bank, their corporate headquarters is completely powered by solar.
Oh, wow.
They probably would have done an energy feasibility cost, and they realized that, look, rather than invest
in electricity,
in diesel, rather than invest on grid that is never stable, let's invest in solar. And then solar is not just cheaper, it's also cleaner. The cost of maintenance is as equivalent to zero, or even less than zero, because you don't need, basic maintenance compared to others. So that's also, so a lot of companies are also switching to solar as well. And then it will take a matter of time before innovations also improve to the industries will start shifting to solar.
I'm very, very impressed by this development. Actually, it will bring a lot of productivity in the affairs of companies, a lot of results. They will not just feel like they're losing a lot, and not gaining so much. So now they're able to just check. Just like you said about Sterling Bank, fixing, everything on solar, and it's paying them off.
Of course.
At the end of the day. Okay, now, so what role do rising tariffs, fuel costs, and even exchange rates actually play in making solar more competitive?
So petrol prices would, now that we've removed petrol subsidy, petrol prices will always be flexible. It would always move in line with international crude oil prices, move in line with your production capacity, which are completely outside Nigeria's control. You talked about exchange rates. Exchange rates will also remain volatile. There might be, Trump can wake up one morning and before you know it is affecting your exchange. You can take one policy decision rather, and before you know it is having an effect on your exchange rate. So, but if you look at the cost of solar, as the case may be, compared to the alternatives, the cost of solar the prediction is the prices will continually fall because, again, more Chinese are flocking into that space, right?
Wow.
A lot of innovations is going into that space.
Mm.
And you know the thing about, so before now, it used to be just Americans and European countries that were doing solar, and prices were very high. It was only for the rich or the creme de la creme in the society. But now China is saying that, look, we can make products that are reliable, strong, and at the same time, we can also pay cheaper as well. So the more innovations you are seeing around it, Indians as well are beginning to develop solar panels as well, and also batteries as well. The two major components in that off-grid structure or in that solar structure is you need strong battery and reliable solar panel. Once you can fix these two, every other component will be okay. And so the prices of these two, again, as more innovations as we continually see, as more, the thing is, solar is giving people control. So the power of electricity is now in your hands. You don't need to wait for forever. You don't need to look into the sky or look to the federal government.
True.
The same way, once upon a time, to make phone call, everybody used to queue at Nitel just to make call.
Wow.
Now with phones, you can basically just
Make
make
it easy for you.
So that's
Send
the
your
same
messages.
direction solar is going.
Wow.
At some point, everybody will no longer, the poles in your streets would probably be used for, I don't know, putting of clothes or many other things, because there'll be less reliance on it, and then people will basically take their power destination, or take their power or the electricity command in their own hands.
And the fact that you find street lights using solar, especially in villages, it's actually a thumbs up for this development. A lot of the stories. I think we should just still go on the headline story, so we don't miss it all up. Now, how might this trend actually reshape Nigeria's long-term energy mix and investment priorities?
Well, it's going to rechange it massively, because before now, grid power used to be responsible for about 70% or 80% of Nigerians' electricity, and then the 20% used to be for villages off grids, like people who can't really have access to the national grid. But the new development, what it's showing is, even in areas where the grid would get to, people would stop using the grid because they no longer feel it's reliable, and then it would just be people relying on solar. Now, if you look across Nigeria, there are three major classes of electricity consumers. There is the households, you and I. There is the industrial consumers. Industrial consumers are the big companies, right? The likes of Dangote Refinery, for instance. The likes of MTN, for instance. The likes of BUA, for instance. Those are the industrial customers. And then there are the commercial customers. The commercial customers are the people who the corporate head office of a structure. For instance, this building will be called the corporate offices. Now, of these three, the industrial guys, which are the likes of Dangote Refinery, the cement makers, the banks, majority of these guys are completely off the grid already, because it's not reliable and it's not good for business. Now, the commercial guys, some of them do 50-50. So if there's grid power, they are on. If there's no grid power, there is a backup, and then they switch to, it's only the household that seems to be 100% reliance on the grid. But now that is changing in terms of energy mix. So now the households now will be the next wave of people that will be exiting the grid, because they no longer think it's reliable. And again, people would move, because once it's not reliable, then what's the point?
So what's the point?
Staying there.
Oh, wow. That's a very brilliant explanation that you've given in this slide. And I'm sure a lot of people watching will actually benefited a thing or two on how to go about this whole process. Okay, then, the last but not the least question. I want to know, what do you think what should the government and even the private investors do now to actually accelerate a very reliable solar transition?
So what does the government needs to do? The government needs to not be involved. I think that's a lot of people have always argued that governments have no business being in business, right? So let the private sectors handle it. Let the forces of demand and supply dictate price. Let the government not wake up with one law and say, hey, we are putting tariff on solar importation. Let the government, because we are coming from a deficit, right? America can afford to tax solar importation because they don't have energy deficits. China can afford to do that because they don't have energy deficits. Majority of the developed countries can decide to start taxing solar importation because they're not on a deficit. In fact, a lot of them have surplus.
Wow.
Nigeria, on the other hand, is coming from a deficit. Like I said earlier, about 60% or 70% of the population don't have access to electricity at all. Even the few who have access to it don't get up to less than 10 or 15% of the entire population get access to constant electricity. So you need, and you can't industrialize without electricity. You can't fix challenges. You can't create jobs. You can't. So electricity is the main point of industrialization. And so what the government needs to do is allow it to run its course, allow the private sector continually do business. Don't create a consistent and a predictable economic environment for people to do business in. And I think that would, but because the moment the government start getting involved, the moment the government starts saying, okay, henceforth we'll be the one importing solar panels, the moment the government starts saying, solar is booming in Nigeria, let's start taxing solar, all of that would create a disincentive for people to bring in product into Nigeria, and they'll rather just go elsewhere. So the best thing is government should stay out of it and then let the people who can manage the sector properly
actually bring it to that point where everybody can benefit from it, from it. Because by the time government starts doing it, it will linger.
It would. Again, you look at the telecom sector, right? At some point, SIM cards was very expensive. At some point, phones were very expensive.
But right now,
but with competition, somebody came up with per second billing. Somebody came up with,
now it's very accessible.
Now it's very accessible. So the idea is the price of solar would still fall to a certain point, where maybe not in the telecoms sector pace, but something closer to that, where it's going to be very competitive. At some point, it will start hawking solar in the market for people to buy, because if it's accessible, again, a lot of people
go a long way. It'll help businesses to start booming effortlessly. Prices will even come down, because a lot of times they'll say they're spending so much on electricity, so they have to, it has to go up like that. Over the weekend, I know a little bit, I'm deviating a little bit out of what you've been talking about, but over the weekend I was shocked to find out that the lighting system in America is different. Like, an American product cannot easily be used here in Nigeria, because you have to start getting a step down to be able to blend in everything. I think more of UK products is the same with Nigeria, but American product, you need a lot of step down to be able to use a lot of those stuff. So it just
because in America, the energy consumption for a lot of the appliances are quite high. So they don't really, you'll find a product as little as maybe a hand fan, for instance, or a fan, a standing fan generating or consuming about maybe 200 watts, about 300 watts, which is a lot. Right? But then in the UK, again, a bit more energy. There's a lot of conservations around energy, for instance. And so you find them reducing it to maybe 50, 60. All of this is because a lot of these countries, they are creating the appliances to suit what their economy is meant for. It's the same with cars, for instance. There are some cars that if you bring them to Nigerian road, they won't last. Because the roads are terrible, blah, blah, blah. They are not meant for the ruggedity of Nigerian roads. Whereas there are some other cars that they are built in the consideration that, look, some of these cars might end up in countries like Nigeria where the roads are terrible. And that's
Well, that's so good to know. I wish we could just go on and on, to get more education on this, because like I always say, Nigerians need to be schooled about a lot of things, especially the whole solar thing. Even if some landlords, some landladies will tell you they do not want the solar thing in their homes, thereby limiting people.
So let me quickly speak to that. So I think the concern is safety, really.
Okay.
Right. A lot of people are not sure that solar is safe, right? Because some people have raised concerns that it's not, if solar panel is on your roof, there's a likelihood you'll catch fire, the rest of it. So, but the thing about solar, just like petrol, just like diesel, just like any inflammable object, is
anything can happen, right?
If you handle it properly. If you get a professional to do the installation, not a quack person. So if, for instance, a professional say, look, it will cost me 10,000 to install it for you. And one quack person says, no, 10,000, just bring 1,000, I'll do it for you. That guy might actually do it for you for 1,000. But all the necessary safety precautions, he probably would not have an idea. especially in a country like Nigeria, where you find one person who is a carpenter, one person mechanic, one person bricklayer, just one person doing all of this. Everything. I mean, the people have always advised that you get a professional who properly understand it, who properly has a pedigree or have antecedents in fixing it. Once they do the proper installation, trust me, it covers all of the risks involved.
And I tell you, it's better to use a professional so you don't go and start, paying for something you don't know. That's incurring more costs. I want to appreciate you, Dikwa, for giving us this insight, Dikwa, that there is our power expert, right? Power correspondent for a business.
I'm not sure. I had the energy desk. I'm not sure I'm an expert.
Oh, okay. All right. He's in charge of the energy desk and he's doing so much. Trust me, he's giving us everything that we need to know. And I'm sure, like, you're just a witness to it, hearing everything that he's taught us. And today, concerning the headline story. Now, that's our package on Behind the Headlines today. Thank you for watching. Good afternoon.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.